off today. Right in the way.
everybody, to the championship finals of the 2018 Boys Swimming and Diving Championships. I'm Skylar King, along with CJ Smith, former New Trier and Minnesota star. And CJ, it's an exciting day for the Trevians, a shot at their first state title since their last three-peat with Malone, Rodecki, Mangan, and yourself. Point and a half is about as close as we've seen a state meet beat coming into Saturday.
I think it reminds me maybe of back in, I think it was 2010, my junior year. You had Naperville Central, Neuqua Valley, and ourselves, New Trier. Naperville North was good. This is kind of what you want heading into the last day. You don't want it to be decided already, and people are just kind of swimming it out. The swims really matter here, and we were talking earlier. It's going to be interesting to see who moves up, who moves down.
Yeah, a lot of big swims coming, and you know, the cool thing with both these teams is pretty much all these swims are juniors and seniors that have been here before, and you know they know what they need to do on Championship Saturday.
They're seasoned vets, and that makes this even more exciting because you've got guys at LT who are kind of trying to go out on top where they've been, and then you got guys at New Trier who are really digging hard to get that first championship for their high school selves.
Consolation final, the Medley relay kicks us off. Up top in 1 is Glenbrook South. In 2, Neuqua Valley. In 3, St. Charles East. In 4, U High. In 5, Glenbrook North. And in 6, Marmion. Mitchell Malash getting St. Charles East out to a quick early lead.
He looks a little bit quicker than he was yesterday. Fresh, coming off a good night's sleep probably. This is a really quick split.
22-7. Good way to start it for the Saints. 23-9 out of Kyrie Chen for Neuqua Valley.
And I think that's a little bit quicker than his split yesterday, but Neuqua's really battling in with St. Charles East. I think we're going to see some a good race here to the end.
One thing we know is at the end, Neuqua Valley has Connor Boyle, the freshman, that is top 6 in the 100 free. So if it's close, and it may not be, St. Charles East holding on to a nice lead.
That was a much better start. Neuqua looked like they're a little slow off the blocks there. It's tough. You don't want to press it and get disqualified.
And that's been a storyline all day yesterday, those exchanges. East continues to lead. Southeast Submarinian trying to give Boyle a chance here. U-High trying to make a late run.
Good start there from U-High.
St. Charles East looks like they're going to be able to hang on here.
You're going to see a really fast split from Connor Boyle of Neuqua here.
He's trying to run him down.
He's really trying hard. Kid looks good. Really
just going to run out of pool here. 20.8 Nagler, 20.1.
20.1 from the freshman. I mean, holy cow.
Here we go, the first of several showdowns today between the Trevs and the Lions. Up top in 1, Naperville North. In 2, St. Charles North. In 3, New Trier. In 4, LT. In 5, Waubonsie. And in 6, Hinsdale Central. A big race for Hinsdale, too, because they're trying to fight off Ignatius with the third-place trophy.
You know, I think Hinsdale got hurt a little bit mentally when they came back in that, and they didn't get top in the 400 free relay. So they're really trying to place high in the events that they are, top 6, and this is one of them.
And we'll see how far out in front LT can get in this backstroke, because we know Scheinfeld's coming on that breaststroke.
We know he's coming, but Walsh had a really nice split yesterday. He was 25 low, a couple tenths quicker. Obviously, the second and a half is really difficult to make up. You had a Gridley there in the fly going 21-7. I mean, it's tough to even find a weak link on that New Trier relay.
Again, all year it was going to be the anchor leg, and then Pierce Bailey's emergence really solved that.
And Pierce threw down another time yesterday in that swim-off, so we'll see what he goes here.
Here we go. State title on the line. Last year, LT set the state record in prelims and then got beat by New Trier in finals. We'll see if LT can turn the tables here.
Gridley, Walker out there. They look like they're battling here. Again, the underwaters. It looks like Walker was a little deep there.
Gridley has kept it close. Walsh, Scheinfeld taking off 22-5, 23-0.
New Trier really can't ask for anything other than the same time as yesterday, which is what they got. Charlie Scheinfeld is a beast in the water, really pulls ahead for New Trier there, but Walsh is staying with him at the turn.
Will Meyer trying to make a push for St. Charles North up in 2.
I don't think you've ever seen a 23-50 breast here. One of these guys might get there.
It's a pretty tight one. 24-1 out of Meyer there. Significantly faster than yesterday. Vitek and Gridley going to hand it off to Bailey and Thorell. You got to like New Trier's chances, handing off the lead to Bailey here.
Yeah, you know, Bailey's a gamer. He really likes to race. We saw that in the swim-off yesterday. Holy cow, here's Bailey. First time swimming in the state championship finals, and he looks like he's been here before. Let's see if he can hold him off, though. Wow. He's pulling away.
LT needs to hold off St. Charles North for second here. And they just barely do. Hinsdale moves from 6th to 4th. Big points there for Hinsdale early. Not as fast as yesterday, but New Trier got the job done with the state title in the medley.
Exactly. All they needed to do was hold that spot. It's all about the team position here. Those guys are happy. It's a great way to start the session.
And again, I mentioned it yesterday. St. Charles North, 131-4, all back next year.
They're going to be good.
And on Saturday, of course, we have medal presentations following each event. We'll get the consolation finalists and then the championship finalists. .4 from Bailey. That you got to think he got a ton of confidence winning that swim off yesterday.
Yeah, going a 21-0 as a sophomore, winning a swim off, getting a second swim. I'm just hoping he can ride that, and I'm sure New Trier is looking for him to move up 1 or 2 spots in that 50 free because that's a big jump.
No doubt.
Hinsdale Central with that 20.1 at the end. I know they've got a couple guys there that are probably itching to get in the 19 range, and they'll have a chance on that short relay.
And I still think that they're the team to look out for to win that relay. Again, they had a 21.7 on that relay last year. There was 20.8 a year ago.
That relay definitely played out different than we thought it would, the 200 free relay. And I think there's some teams that have the potential to really fix some issues that happened yesterday.
And as big as what Vandergraaf and Bailey did, that was really the biggest race of the day for New Trier yesterday, getting into that top 6. And that's what gave them a chance to make a run at LT today.
I think they still have a little room to improve there. Pierce Bailey was only 20.9 on that relay.
And here we go with the consolation finals. Glenbrook North and Glenbrook South. Both teams that are going to be returning their whole squads a year from now.
That's what you want. You want those younger guys. You want them to come in, contribute, but then to be prepared for the next year.
Well, and again, it's so big to me, even if it's an 11th or a 12th, get these guys the experience of getting second swims at the state meet. So next year, when you're all upperclassmen, you're going, we've been here before, this is no big deal, we just need to go out and get top 6 now.
Exactly, and I think, you look at these guys, and especially from North and South, and we talk about their age, and even getting the experience in a finals, not necessarily just state prelims, is really big.
Yes.
Because it's a different environment here. Like we were talking about, you're a little more aggressive with your starts. You're racing a little bit more because everyone in that heat is close to your time. In the prelims, a lot of these teams were out on their own or only next to one other team.
Marmion, one of the teams that does have a few seniors. Camps, Worley will both be missed next year. Again, you got to – they did sneak a freshman in the breaststroke there, so you talked about getting that experience, but you got a returning scorer that's a junior in the butterfly and a top 12 senior that's a 50 freestyler on the end. For the most part, at this meet, when we talked about it yesterday, the teams with the experience that come back. And Neuqua Valley's another one. Yes, they have Boyle, but the rest of these guys have all been here before.
Exactly, and I think you just saw that in that relay right there. A team, we talk about St. Charles North being young, but Meyer's been on that relay 3 times now. So even though he's still just a junior and has one more year, I mean, 24-1, that's a fast split. And I'm sure he's talking to those guys saying, hey, guys, we did it yesterday, just do it again. And he's probably thinking in his head, I know I can be faster. I just want my guys to go the same time. Because if you improve your time from prelims, you're more than likely going to move up. That's kind of the game.
Because there is a fatigue that sets in over the course of the weekend, and plenty of people do go slower on Saturday.
Exactly.
Also because it's that exhale. You're like, oh, I got in.
Yeah, and I think that's why you still need to stay focused. You still need to be grinding out and really competing with people.
U-High, another team that's going to be hurt a lot by graduation, Colton Stogner. It's been a scorer for them the last 2 years. And then St. Charles East, first-year coach Adam Muzio was on the Hinsdale staff the last couple years. And if he gets talent in there over the next few years, I think St. Charles East will be a team we see scoring quite a few relays. It's good to get that first statement out of the way as a young head coach, just like it is as a young swimmer.
We talk about New Trier's history a little bit, but this is great for Josh Runkle. He built up with a couple years of guys. They got a couple relays and they got a couple individuals, but now that Coach Runkle has been here for a number of years, I think he really knows what he's doing with this team now. And I think it does help, especially for a guy that's at St. Charles East, to get a couple relays in, get a couple guys scoring here or there. And then when you're prepared and you have that team, you know how to handle it. You know how to get the guys ready for the meet, and there's not as much pressure, I think.
Well, and it's about getting that comfort level between you and the kids, you and the parents. So, because maybe that first year, you don't feel comfortable changing all the things you might want to change.
Yeah.
But then as it becomes your program as a coach, you can say, I don't want to do everything the old coach did.
You want it to be partly yours. Yeah. And I think that's a difficult hurdle. You see that happening in college programs too. The turnover of coaches is pretty high sometimes, and those coaches want to establish their own culture. I think that's the word that they're looking for. So, especially in high schools, you're trying to establish the expectations, and I think you're going to start seeing some of these newer, fresher coaches coming to state in a couple years with their established culture, and something that other programs might want to mimic.
You mentioned college. I think as he's gone in this run here, I think every year, who's going to have to follow Eddie Reese at Texas?
He's something special. He's really incredible. I wish I could say I knew what's going on in the water in his programs. I never did a practice with them. But I think one thing that's unique there is from the minute you step foot on the Texas campus, the expectation is that you're competing for a spot on an Olympic team. You walk outside their natatorium and you see all the names.
Brendan Hampson.
And, you just are astonished by the success that they've had. So
here's our top 6 finishers. Naperville North, we will see Ai Chow in both the IM and butterfly final as he wraps up his fantastic career with the Huskies.
I guess a point to note, I think last night at the Indiana State Championships, Carmel broke the national high school public record.
In the medley.
In the medley relay. So while we're still on this event, I believe it was made official, and it was, I think they went 128. So they broke that 129 barrier, which is unbelievable for a public school.
Yeah, I mean, when you have no chance to pick your kids, so to speak.
No,
you just got to run with who comes in, and that is a heck of an accomplishment. Well, Bonzi, they lose Simpson and Ellig off the front, but they've got some young guys. They've got a freshman that qualified in 2 events yesterday. He didn't score, but got that experience, and they could be good again next year. As could Hinsdale. Hinsdale's going to return the front 3 off of this medley.
Yeah, and I think that we talked a little bit yesterday about depth. The teams that typically compete and win state championships are the ones that have a litter of sprinters. You look for guys that can just randomly go a 20-point. That's all you need. You can put together a 200 free relay that goes 124 with 20 points. You can have someone anchor so you can take a stud and have them swim 2 events. Yep. Having an extra 20-point freestyler is huge, and I think we're seeing that a little with New Trier and Pierce Bailey.
No doubt.
That's given them a little more flexibility. And you know what? I'm sure they're looking at that 2 free relay, maybe thinking could they have put the Gridley in another one, but I think it was a safe bet yesterday because they only got 5th.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, especially coming in, they could have rolled the dice without Gridley.
No, that's a big gamble, and it has a lot bigger an impact if it doesn't work out.
St. Charles North, we saw Will Meyer with that drop in the 50 breast. Makes you think that 100 breast could be the race that we were hoping for coming in this weekend.
It could be. I watched Meyer swim that yesterday. I think he still has at least a 54 mid to low in him. I'm sure he was a little not disappointed, but maybe not as happy with a 54 high. So I'm hoping he can get down and give Charlie Scheinfeld a little bit of that competition that we've wanted.
The last 2 years, both those guys have gotten slower on Saturday.
Yes.
So that's an interesting thing to watch. Lyons Township, previous state record holders, but they're losing the backstroker, which obviously can't be replaced.
Yeah, that's a difficult guy to replace.
As well as VTech, who's a top 6 flyer. Walsh, a junior, Thorella, sophomore. They'll try and rebuild around those guys next year.
I think it's an interesting strategy here too. You've got New Trier's guys looking like they're going to step up on the podium here, and a couple of them are in the 50 and the IM. You wonder, how they're going to handle that warm down. Obviously today there's a little more room back in that pool, so hopefully they get off the block and get going right away, because that's a big component of today's meet.
I know that is always you definitely see it with like breaststrokers don't get their medals if they're on the 400 relay, or a backstroker may not get a medal. You don't usually see it in this first one, although sometimes with 200 guys you would see that.
Yeah. I think that's one thing that's unique again about this meet is with the facilities being this close to each other, and because we have space today, they should be all right just diving in and warming down right away. But as a coach, you wish that they could be in the water for the next 20 minutes, just loosening.
Yeah, get that lactic acid out.
We always did it. At Minnesota, we always did 1,000, minimum 1,000 after each race. So that got annoying after doing 1,000 race, then 1,000 warm down, then
or a 500 race,
then 1,000 warm down. It was more than a practice.
Well, New Trier certainly, we talked about Josh Runkle and instilling his culture. He's going to have to culture up a backstroker, breaststroker, and a butterflyer for next year's medley.
I think it's going to be tough, but for some reason, I'm never surprised if he's capable of finding some guys.
I mean, you can't expect him to be this good again.
No.
But we talked about the experience that a guy like Bailey's gotten, and now he's the leader next year.
Exactly, and I think the older guys know that, and they've kind of took him under their wing a little bit. And it helps that your leader's a sprinter, because that's like what we said. That's what we need. But they've got a couple guys that are coming up in the ranks. You've got Tougher Shepherd in the 500 free, who is in the low 440s. So
when you guys got 4,000 kids, like
yeah. we still waiting to put together a state championship in football and basketball, which take less kids than swimming. So as a school with similar issues at Hinsdale, I can tell you that it's just not the same thing. No, it's not.
So today we have 4 athletes with disability events, beginning with this 200 free. There's only one heat here, but it's a full heat. Up top of one is Cameron Poole. In 2, Marshall Hodge. In 3, Matthew Leinert. They are all freshmen. And then we have 3 seniors. Jack Felicic in 4, Trevor Tucci in 5, and Aaron Holzmueller in 6. Hodge, Tucci, and Holzmueller are all in the B classification. Poole, Leinert, and Felicic are all in the A classification, so you're only actually competing against your classification here. So we're going to have 2 state champions, 2 runner-ups, and 2 third places out of this crew. Now, look how far that fin is up on lane 4. We were talking about that yesterday.
Yeah.
That's what we wanted to see from more of the other guys.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think you're seeing some of these guys going out real fast. In lane 3,
again, freshmen, first time. I probably never swum in front of this many people before.
Yeah, so I guess for the people at home, I worked with a boy who had seeing
Charlie Genskow.
Charlie Genskow had seeing impairments, and so for those, I'm not sure if it's very visible, but a lot of the people here will have long poles with pull buoys attached or a tennis ball attached, and they tap them. it's incredible what these kids are able to do with just a tap.
And then it's the timing of the turn.
And the muscle memory and the senses they have to adapt to that. I struggled just tapping Charlie's head and knowing the right time to do it. And it really is a testament to how dedicated these kids are to the sport.
And so what was practice like for a kid like Charlie? Because there's got to be some logistical issues there as well.
I think most of Charlie's practices, he could get along pretty well. You didn't have someone necessarily tapping him all the time. Some open turns would be necessary. If I remember correctly, Charlie was able to see a little bit of shadows, so he had some awareness. But really, the times Charlie would post were very, very impressive. And even some of the kids today, it's incredible what they're capable of achieving despite an impairment or being in the athletes with disabilities category.
Well, Matthew Leinart, freshman from Downer South, is coming in and is going to touch first here at the 150, 142.4. Seat time of 2:21. He's got a pretty good chance to break 2:20.
I see him staying under that. I don't see him adding 3 or 4 seconds for that 50. But he's really keeping his stroke together too. He's got he doesn't come across his body too much. His right hand reaches out. A lot of swimmers come across the front of their head and pull under their body. Leinart is really reaching out and pulling outside, which is something a lot of coaches wish they could get their kids to do.
And he's coming in to touch here. 2:17.53. Nice little 4-second drop.
That's what you like to see.
Here comes Falacic. 2:23.6. 11-second drop. Everyone else heading for home now. Marshall Hodge, freshman from Oswego, coming in lane 2. 2:39.02. It's a 3-second drop. Big drops across the board for this group so far. Tucci, 2:47.99. It's over a second off his sectional time.
Another really smooth stroke out in lane 1. Just enters the water with high elbows. Really good hand placement there.
Yeah, he looks like he could maintain that stroke for another 200.
That was a really smooth stroke.
As Cameron Poole touches at 2:58.49. And Holzmueller turns for his last 50. Garrett Holzmueller about halfway through the 175 length. Once he finishes, they will clear out and we will have the consolation final of the 200 free.
Aaron's a kid that's really been, he's been competing in the sport for a while. I remember 3 years ago when I was helping out at New Trier. It's great to see how people get behind him and really cheer him on and push him to have a good swim.
Right at his sectional time. We've got LT, Hinsdale, and New Trier, the three early favorites for the trophies, all in this consolation final. Up top in 1, Jake Shapiro, junior from Glenbrook North. In 2, Henry Clausen, senior LT. In 3, Donovan Lehman, junior Hinsdale Central. In 4, Liam Hutchinson, junior Fenwick. In 5, Ben Zabados, sophomore Whitney Young. And in 6, Ian Vandengraff, senior New Trier.
And our first little New Trier Lions Hinsdale Central throwdown here.
Well, and the interesting things to me, the other 3 guys. We know those 3 guys have every motivation to drop time.
Yeah.
Are the other three guys just happy to be here, and collect their medal, or are they going to mix it up and knock these guys off potentially?
I told you off the mic the other day, for Ian to be in 12th, that's a spot you want to be in.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can move up. But these other three guys, I'm sure they know what these other teams are competing for, and they want to play party. They're party ruiner. They want to come in here and wreak a little havoc.
Well, for Clausen and Lehman, both in the bigs last year, and side by side, that's the new Trier Evanston of that area is Hinsdale Lyons Township. Those two guys swum head to head at conference, at sectionals, and at the dual meet, and there's got to be a little extra something there when you're side by side at the state meet.
I'm sure they're excited to be side by side. I know when I was swimming at any big meet, I liked being next to someone I knew how they raced, I knew how they did things. You're a little more comfortable. Yeah. I don't know these guys as well as you do, but if Don takes it out really fast, well, Henry has probably seen that happen a few times before, I'm assuming.
I can tell you, it's more likely to happen the other way.
Yeah, based on Henry's swims yesterday, I would agree.
Henry does not leave anything in the pool, and that shows on the front half of his races, no doubt.
So Don's seen that. He's been used to that. It definitely plays a role in how you approach it. He's not going to get thrown off. And in terms of Vandergraaf in lane 6, I don't think he'll get pulled by those guys too much out because they're on the other side of the pool.
Right.
So I think he's able to stick to his own strategy here, do his own thing. Lane 5, you got the guy from Whitney Young. So you hope that these guys don't. Lots of times you see 1 through 3 do their own thing, and then 4 through 6. So hopefully we have a good race among all 6 guys, and you see them do their own thing.
Well, I do expect, because Hutchinson is a kid that scored last year as well, was in the bottom. I expect him to mix it up with Lehman and Clausen for sure over there in lane 4. He and Ian Lehman were both flirting with breaking 140 yesterday, and certainly Hutchinson's never broken 140, and so that's a motivating factor for him as well.
Yeah, that's right there. And I think we're going to see a couple 139s. These guys' best times are already under 140. But like you said, it is tough to bounce back after that Friday. That day takes a toll on you. A lot of guys don't get to go home. You got guys from Evanston, New Trier, a couple other schools that just drive home at night. But if some of these guys get a hotel, or I'm not sure if Hinsdale still does it, they take the long road and they drive home.
Hinsdale was in a hotel last night.
Okay.
I know, like St. Charles. I don't know that LT. My dad was always a big believer in let the kids sleep in their own beds.
Yeah.
Now, it's definitely tougher because my dad's whole coaching career, it was a 1 o'clock start. With an 11 o'clock start, there's more benefits to being in a hotel.
Time is more the essence. So we'll see how that plays out. I know I was a fan of sleeping in my own bed. But there is that kind of idea. You get up and go when you're on the road a little bit. You feel like you're in a different atmosphere. That's why
it's a business trip.
Exactly, it's a business trip. The Super Bowl, those teams playing, they're in the hotel, they're focused, they're ready to go. So let's see who's focused and ready to go here.
Pretty fair start for everybody.
I think we've got a good mix of guys that we'll see in the 500 as well, and some guys that might be in the 100. So
yes, Lehman in the 100, Vandergraaf 500, Hutchinson 500.
So a good balance, and I think that'll show different strategies as this race plays out.
Well, I don't think either one of us are surprised. Clausen, Lehman.
No, not surprised at all. Those two are going to push each other to go some pretty solid times here.
To me, we talked about Vandergraaf being a distance guy. If he can just hang on to Zabados, and maybe try and pick up a point right at the end on the last 50 with a nice close.
Yep. Looking a little slower than yesterday, though. He's out similar. All these guys are a little quicker, though, on the other side of the pool.
48-00 for Clausen going out. He is the lead dog. Lehman close
Clausen
behind.
just did a little breath without a stroke into that wall. You usually only do it if you're tired, but he looks good coming off of it.
Clausen looking for big points for LT. Hutchinson making a run here in 4. Clausen, Lehman, Hutchinson. Hutchinson has passed Lehman. Zabados looks like he's going to pass Lehman. And it's a tie. Hutchinson passed Clausen. LT does pick up a point on that, though. Big blow for Hinsdale, however. They lose 3 points, and now they lost almost everything they gained in the medley. But we do get 4 139s in that
game.
Yeah,
and that just shows you that's kind of what we were expecting yesterday.
In this championship final. Up top in 1, Will Raitt, sophomore Oak Park. In 2, Luke Maurer, sophomore Loyola. In 3, Colton Paulson, senior Pure Notre Dame. In 4, Michael Balsarac, senior St. Viator. In 5, Jacob Furlong, senior St. Ignatius. And in 6, Ryan Netzel, senior Plainfield. Four seniors, fitting. We got the 2 sophomores up top, guys that'll get to know each other pretty well the next few years. But this is also about Reed Malone. Better be watching his back.
Yeah, I don't know if Reed's watching today. I haven't texted him in a little while. But Colton had a great swim yesterday. It really takes a lot of going out speed to get down to the 135 mids. And I just don't know if Paulson has it, but I'd love to see him really creep up and give that record another scare.
No, I'm with you. I think Reed had more natural speed than Paulson does. But we'll see. We'll see if he...
Reed's a guy that went on to split 42 on relays in college, so he definitely had speed. But, here we go. We might be proven wrong here.
46-4 going out. 46-8 Balsarac. We'll see if he can put together a back half with the distance man.
Balsarac's headed to Cincinnati next year, another college program that a coach from Mission Viejo, Natadores in California, a great place to really start out. He'll get a lot of attention there.
And Balsarac, I would guess, is a pretty big recruit for them.
Yeah, he definitely is, especially I think he went after his butterfly yesterday. He'll be in a good spot for them.
Well, it's going to take about a 24-0 on this last 50 to knock Reed Malone out of the record books for Colton
Paulson. That's that
speed
we were talking about. Reed set himself up already early on, but I wouldn't be surprised if Colton had a good split here, but Balsarac's really keeping with him.
Balsarac with a late push. Paulson is going to hang on and defend his title, 36-65. Balsarac 37-0, Furlong 38-5. He moves up a spot. Big for St. Ignatius in that third place trophy race. Luke Maurer 4th, Netzel 5th, Raitt 6th. 40.45 Raitt, 39.40 Maurer, 36.65 Paulson, 37.09 Balsarac, 38.52 Furlong, and 39.76 for Netzel. That was a heck of a race.
Yeah,
I don't think we were expecting that after the 135 from Paulson yesterday. But there's Ignatius' first swim of the day, and there's a senior going out and picking up a point for them in this battle for their first ever trophy. We'll now have the medals for all 3 levels. Balsarac and Paulson have a little chat behind the blocks, and we talked about that with how much that's changed in the last 15 years. All these guys know each other. They're all friendly. there's not too many hard feelings after a race.
I had mixed feelings about it because I was kind of, I really liked reaching out to some guys, but I think there's still that little, not bitterness, but there's a little bit of competitiveness. I think that'll come out. But it is nice to see that the guys can get along in a different atmosphere outside of the water.
Here's the athletes with disabilities. Again, 2 classifications. Holzmueller, Poole, and then Trevor Tucci, the senior from Normal Community. And here's your Class B. Marshall Hodge, freshman from Oswego. Jack Galachik from Elk Grove Village. And Matthew Leinart. Matt Leinart's a good athlete name. Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah, maybe not for the pros, but probably for the amateur status.
I think he had plenty of fun at USC.
I'm sure.
Leinart is also the top seed in the 50, 100, and the breaststroke. Clear off here, and we'll get the consolation finalists in the 200 free. In Vandergraaf, it's got to be cool for a kid like that. Never a star, but to go out with a couple individual medals in that 400 relay, it's got to be a fun way to go out. For him.
And I think he's pretty excited. I know he's probably not happy. He added a little bit of time, but he just wants to focus on that 500. I think that's his main event.
You know something about that.
A little bit.
Swum the 200, but you knew the 500 was your bread and butter.
The 200 was a warm-up. The 500 was also a warm-up for the senior championships mile a week later.
Shapiro from Glenbrook North, just a junior.
Shapiro's got a little fashion going on here. I respect the Chubbies shorts. I'm not sure how I feel about the Superman socks. I'm pretty standard Nikes. I go with the Booby Miles from Friday Night Lights. Nikes.
Black Nikes.
Black Nikes.
The Superman socks are bold. Donovan Lehman, a guy who will be hungry to make his way back into the top 6 next year. I was going to say, I was a little confused about the block that Lehman was on.
Yeah. I don't know if he was paying attention.
They got to do a medal swap here. How do you feel about the black robes? I've always kind of liked the intimidation factor of the black robes.
I think a few years when they had guys like Will Regali and a few other sprinters at state, and you come out with a big group of guys in black robes. I mean, it's scary, especially when they put those hoods up.
Well, and that's the big thing for water polo is at the state tournament when they get announced, and then they drop the hood down. don't know if they're short a medal. Seems like one of them could have taken the.
Well, they got to return them anyways. That's a little-known secret. They don't keep them right away. They ask for them back. Not sure what the delay is.
Yeah.
Everyone's on the block. Just kind of hanging out here.
Yeah.
Getting a good view.
I don't know if it's got something to do with the tie for ninth, if they're trying to figure out. Because Colton Paulson's coach, Sean Ryber, does still have one medal in his hand.
Well, I think it's important to get pictures of the kids, but also you don't want them just standing up there aimlessly. I mean, this is their big meet of the season. You want to make sure that their legs are staying rested and they're not. The focus, I don't think, is documenting the event. It's competing in the event.
Oh, I guess we were keeping them lined up. I think we were waiting on the photographer.
Exactly. That's your only job as the photographer. You just got to get there real quick, and hopefully we can get that figured out.
Here we go, our top 6 finishers. Will Rate, just a sophomore for Oak Park. They're a team that's got a lot of freshmen, a couple of them that were qualifiers, and they'll be a team that's putting some relays together that score next year. Ryan Netzel, Plainfield senior, we'll see him in the 500 free final. Luke Maurer, sophomore. When I saw him this weekend and what he's done, don't you just see a state championship in this kid's future?
That kid's his future is real bright, and you just look at. I'm sure with his parents at home, they know how to get him in the right mindset, and they know how to reach that high level. And all he's got to do is just sit and listen, and just absorb from his mom and his dad, both of who were great swimmers.
Furlong, Balsarac. Top 4 finishers, all from private Catholic schools.
Yeah, it's good to see it mixed up a little bit. I don't know the last time we had that happen.
Probably top 4, probably never.
I'm digging the Peoria Notre Dame pullover today.
Yeah.
It's all about the swag at the state meet. Seriously, this is the time for these guys to really come out and showcase the clothes that they got.
Colton Paulson, now a 3-time 200 freestyle state champion. He's going to look to become a 2-time 500 freestyle state champion a little later on today. And, I mean, obviously about 7/10 slower there. I thought if he was going to break a record, it was going to be that one.
Yeah, I agree.
Wouldn't you say that the 500 probably out of reach today?
Yeah, just based on the fact that he was going to need speed to beat the 200 record, and he's going to need speed to go out under 420, to ultimately be under 420. It's difficult if you don't have it in that 200 right away. You're not going to just pick it up. And it's exhausting. Yesterday he raced over 700 yards, so you're really adding up and doing a lot of work.
No doubt. You experienced it. And we joked about how you never got to swim in those relays. He also had 150 yards of relay swims yesterday on top of that. Well, we're ready to go for the IM. In this consolation final on top of 1, Jack O'Connor, Lockport. In 2, Matthew Terrian, Peoria Notre Dame. In 3, Michael Petro, Hersey. In 4, Justin Alderson, Metamora. In 5, Keegan Hawkins, West Chicago. And in 6, Andrew Dye, Naperville Central. 2 sophomores in this consolation final. So you have Petro, a senior, who's in the bottom twice today. That was in the top twice last year as a junior. And we see him taking out the fly as to be expected. But what do you think the mindset is for a guy like that? He doesn't have a team to swim for. He's going out there by himself. Just post the best time you can, I guess.
Yeah, and I think when you're a senior, you obviously want to go out with the best time. But when I was swimming too, you're kind of thinking, okay, I got college coming up here in about half a year. I want to put up something that those coaches can be like, hey, we're glad you're coming. We're glad you're going to be a part of us. So there's a sense of pride with it, too. You don't want to come in being the guy that got recruited and then all of a sudden got slower.
Well, he's certainly putting the pedal to the metal here in the first 100 of this IM.
Laying off the legs a little on the backstroke, I think that's important, especially looking toward that last 50 at freestyle.
How do you feel about the suicide turn?
I like it only if you're perfect at it.
Yeah.
I think a lot of kids can do it. One sacrifice is when you're going into it, you don't get as good a breath. So your pull out in the breaststroke might be a little shorter. But the more you practice it, like anything, you're going to be better at it. And it is quicker. It's undeniably quicker, but you've got to practice that. You can't just whip it out.
You can't sacrifice the pull out.
No.
For the suicide
especially if
turn.
you're a good breaststroker.
Yeah.
Especially because then your momentum's lost.
Now Petro touches first at the 150, 123.43. Alderson and Hawkins with the 2 best breaststrokes, split at 31.7.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a 149 from Petro here.
Certainly no one's going to catch him at this point.
No. He might be a little off, but he should be faster than his seed from yesterday. It'll be close.
Michael Petro is going to win this consolation final for Hersey, 51-38.
A little long into that wall. You really want to dig down, put your head down, and pick up the tempo the last 10 yards.
Actually, a couple hundred slower than yesterday, surprisingly. 151.3. O'Connor, 153.8. Terrian, 155.01. Petro, 51.3. And Alderson, 52.30. Hawkins, 53.77. And Dye, 55.09.
So this is another big event here for the team standings. And we just watched Meyer have a really good split in that breaststroke, so I think Meyer's ready to go for today.
And the rest of this heat, up top in 1, Patrick Ridley, New Trier. In 2, Charlie Scheinfeld, New Trier. In 3, Will Camps, Marmion. In 4 is Meyer. In 5, Jared Simpson, Wabanzi. And in 6, IHSA, Naperville North. Start by Simpson in 5.
Yeah, he was quick. Everyone's up before that 15-meter mark, which obviously is important. I think we might see that some of these places mix up a little bit. Guys yesterday had some odd strategies. We got 2 breaststrokers in this race.
I just can't believe that after a year where we had a 146 that no one's going to break 150.
I know, and you hope, I think we could get 3 guys under 150 here. It really just depends on the effort they put forth. And you watch Gridley explode out in lane 1. He's really getting after it here. And, his breaststroke split yesterday wasn't too bad.
No.
But you got to be well ahead of Meyer and Scheinfeld there if you want to have a chance.
Gridley is going to touch first. Simpson making a move into second. Camps, Meyer. Camps with that suicide turn. Look at the pull out from Meyer.
Meyer and Scheinfeld have done this before, I'll tell you. And I think what's big to remember is we got Meyer, a sprint breaststroker, and Scheinfeld, who really lives for the 200 outside of high school. So this is really turning into be a good race.
Simpson hanging on, too.
Simpson hanging on. Had a quick pull out there.
Scheinfeld, Meyer, and Simpson are going to touch first. Scheinfeld trying to take this state title by the throat and give New Trier a big edge, and it looks like he's going to do just that. Scheinfeld clear of the field. Meyer trying to make a late push, but it's going to be too little, too late. Charlie Scheinfeld is your 200 IM champion, 1:49.42.
Well, we got one guy under.
We finally got our guy under.
Would have liked to have seen more.
Scheinfeld checking his pulse down there.
I think he might want to be more concerned getting in the warm-down pull after that. He's a goof.
But a big 3.5-point pickup for New Trier there.
That's big, and again, we were talking about opportunities to move up, move down. You have Gridley just holding his spot, which is big.
Yeah, Gridley 150.101 for fifth. Camps 150.69 is fourth. Meyer 150.16 was second. Simpson 150.44 third. And Chow 154.38 is sixth. Hope Chow's okay. A 4-second gain is
you don't like to see that.
Is quite a lot.
And I think that's where we talked about when you have that team race coming into it, and you're alone out there and you don't have the team, it's really tough to find a reason to push.
So we will line everybody up for their medals here before we get back to the athletes with disabilities and the 50 free.
Just looking forward to the end of this, it looks like Meyer had a 30.8 breaststroke split there, and Scheinfeld again under 30 point. I think the Will Camps, who will be in the 500, added about a half a second.
Andrew Dye collects his first individual medal in his career, as does Matthew Terrian, the sophomore from Naperville Central and the senior from Peoria Notre Dame. Likewise, Jack O'Connor, a lot of first-time medalists here in the IM, which is always fun to see.
Yeah, you really like to, we keep talking about the future of it. You like to make sure that kids are coming here, getting that experience, but also prepared for the next year. You want the state of Illinois to look good. You want to see fast swimming as a state. And especially when you go to college, you stay close with those guys that you swam against. And it's cool to see those guys reach a high level rather than people being alone or not getting to the same point that you got to.
And Dye, Alderson, and O'Connor all with great chance to be top next year because everyone but Meyer graduates from the Big Heat.
Oh, yeah. And you see Coach Josh Runkle giving a little dab there to Colton Paulson. This state is a unique swimming environment. It's very close, competitive but close.
Runkle also a Peoria guy.
Yeah, we talked about this a little yesterday, but I think it's like the 2 degrees of Peoria to Notre Dame or something. I think everyone's got some way to get down to Peoria. I think mine would be my friendship with Matt Elliott. That's my angle there. But there's really, in the past 5 to 8 years, there's been a huge growth of swimmers coming down from Peoria and really showing the rest of the state, hey, we've got some talent.
Well, in that Bloomington-Normal area, too, we saw a U-High state title, the first downstate state champions a handful of years ago with Jake Miller and Adam Drury.
They've had talent down there for a long time. You had Lissa Tommerdahl, a distance freestyler. She actually went to Minnesota.
Shocker.
Who's that? But you have some sprinters and some distance kids, really talented swimmers down south, and technically in central Illinois. It feels like south when you're from the north, but
yeah. I know. When I moved to Chicago, it was like, well, you're from southern Illinois. I'm like, no, I'm not.
Central.
And here is the top 6, IHSA. He's going to be an Ivy Leaguer next year. Patrick Ridley.
Struggling with his jacket there. It's good to see he can finish the 2IM, but has a hard time putting the right arm through the right hole.
You know, I thought that's what you taught him as freshman at New Trier, not what you're still learning as a senior.
Well, we laughed about it yesterday. We try to teach him the difficulties of some of the cheers that have been passed down for a while. It's a lot of gibberish.
Will Camps, a year ago, gave the 200 free a try, didn't score. This year, 4th place in the IM.
I'd say smart move. Although after his 500 yesterday, I think he's got a good 200 free in him.
Oh, no doubt. But the time that you need to post to get into the top of the 200 free is...
well, we already saw a couple guys that were in the top heat last year get bumped down. So
Simpson and Meyer. Come through to get their medals. We'll see Simpson in the backstroke and Meyer in the breaststroke.
And we mentioned it, and that's a big point swing, because to go from second to first, you're also picking up those mystery points.
Those bonus 3 points.
The bonus 3 points that you don't account for.
At all championship meets except New Trier relays.
Yes. Well, that meet is designed for depth. That meet is designed for New Trier.
We all know.
Hey, other teams have been doing really well at that meet as of late.
Charlie Scheinfeld, his first non-breaststroke individual state title.
Versatility is the word. And he'll have a good career at Texas. They're going to need him to get faster in that.
I was going to say, they'll probably let him know that he's an IMer.
I think that time would fit in on their women's team for now, but that's a solid time. They're going to expect him to be going 144 or 145.
Right. Charlie Scheinfeld, your 2018 state champion in the IM. Now 3 individual titles and 3 relay titles for Scheinfeld in his illustrious career.
I think he's beyond the point of luck. I think there's some talent in there. Gives a little thumbs up to the crowd. But I mean, still got to work on the smile.
But I mean, 6 state championships, that just makes you another guy.
And you know, he mentioned to the coaches at New Trier, and I heard through the grapevine when he visited Texas, he was sitting there talking to Will Lacone, who obviously is one of the world's fastest swimmers. And he said, I'm sitting there talking to Will, who technically is the least acclaimed swimmer at Texas.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't have any world records. He doesn't have Olympic records.
Just a couple national
no
titles.
Medals, not on an Olympic team. So, hey, who are you again?
Yeah. Here we go. Athletes with disability 50 free. 2 heats here. Matthew Billenstein from Yorks in 1. Marshall Hodge from Oswego in 2. Dylan Early from Brother Rice in 3. Matthew Leinert, we saw him win the 200 free from Downers Grove South in 4. And Jack Falachek from Elk Grove in 5. And I'm telling you, everyone needs to watch Falachek and how he uses that fin. Get yourself jammed in
smart.
there.
I really do think it's
slowed
smart.
Out of it.
And we're really seeing some explosive swimming out of lane 3.
No
High
doubt.
tempo, solid flip turn. Just got to keep the head a little more still, especially when you're sprinting. You want to make sure you're breaking the water in the same plane. When you turn that head, you change the plane, and it makes it a bigger one.
24:07.
That's a really good swim right there.
They don't have him on the program this year, but I can tell you that's a state record.
Yeah.
Hodge 32:12. Leinert 28:44. Falachek 29:87. And they'll clear out and make way for heat number 2, which is in lane 2, Aaron Holzmueller, and lane 3, Trevor Tucci, and in lane 4, Cameron Poole from Evanston, Normal Community, and Rockford Christian, respectively. And we're off here in heat 2.
All three in the water pretty quick there.
Nice little battle going between Tucci and Poole. They both come
into the flip turn, coming off that wall, still pretty even. Poole's got a really smooth stroke here. Another guy who's got a high elbow enters. You want him to enter maybe just a little more in front of his head, but he's got that reach under the water. And he's going to finish here pretty strong.
37-2-0 for Poole. About a second and a half drop. Tucci 37-6, about a half-second drop.
This is a quick turnaround from the 200, too. It's tough.
Well, you certainly don't see anybody in the traditional events swimming the 200 free and the 50 free in the same meet.
And, throwing back to a name we talked about yesterday, I think Mitch Stoller might have done it once, but he was also a 200-100 guy. It's rarely ever happened. Kevin Kubik might have been another guy that tried it.
I don't know. I think
he tried the IM in the 50, I think. Someone has tried it before because you have the heat gap, you have those heats in between, and they've tried it, but I don't think it's worked out well.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't.
But these guys right here seem to handle it fine.
That's right. In the consolation final of the 50 free, up top at 1, Thomas Barr, Loyola. In 2, Bryce Wyma, Lincoln Way East. In 3, Michael Walsh, LT. In 4, Sam Worley, Marmion. In 5, Kyrie Chen, Eagle Valley. And in 6, Pierce Bailey, New Trier. And this is really big for LT and New Trier. Michael Walsh has got to win this heat.
Yeah, he has to stay where he is. Pierce Bailey got in here in a swim off, and his time would have gotten him top 6. So he's got to tell himself he can do that again, and he can compete with these guys. Let's see what they both go. This is a big one.
Pretty fair start for everybody.
Pierce Bailey negative split that 50 yesterday, by the way, according to some coaches' times.
Coming home, pretty close. See who gets the hand on the wall first. Bailey sneaks up to second. Walsh drops to 6th. Kyrie Chen, 21-18, wins that consolation final. New Trier on a roll right now. Barr, 21-4-1. Wyma, 21-4-4. Worley, 21-4-4. We had a tie for 4th and 5th. Walsh, 21-4-5. Here we go. Championship final. We get a 19 today.
I think he's got it. And sorry for the fans out there. I lost my headphones on that one. It's tough to not be excited for my former school here, but I'm excited also to see Mr. Stensby throw down. I think he's geared up. He's focused. He got some sleep. I think he's one of those guys probably went home last night, not too far from here. We'll call it the home bed effect. Yeah. I think we're going to go with that.
In 1 and 5, we have the Ignatius guys, Mizgala and Nolan. Grosson from Hinsdale in 2. Carlson from Byron in 4. Stogner from U-High in 5. Another big heat, in this case, Ignatius and Hinsdale for that third-place trophy.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what that freshman Nolan does here. He slowed down a little yesterday. I think he can go faster now. A little slow off the blocks for Nolan.
Stensby mauling the water up there.
Somebody call Amtrak because I found a new train for him. This is wild.
Mizgala doing some big things up in the top lane.
Oh, so close.
Grossons moves up a spot, but Mizgala, a big move up to 3rd for Ignatius. And I can tell you, Stensby not going to be happy with that. I think he's still angry about the 19.7. I think.
Listen, I think when you're a swimmer at this level, you got to learn to channel those emotions a little bit.
Look at him hop out of the pool.
He hopped out, gave a little head dip. Clearly not what he wanted. You know, you want to perform on a stage like this with a 19. The fans want to see it too. But listen, the kid's in a really good spot moving forward.
And only Stensby and Nolan coming back from this heat. So they'll see a lot of each other next year.
Nolan, I would have liked to see a 20-point, but from a freshman to be consistently around what he's kind of gone. You know, he went that 20.6 in the sectional, but I still think he can get back under the 21. He's going to need to if Ignatius wants to get that trophy.
So far, both Hinsdale and Ignatius, Hinsdale plus 1.5, Ignatius plus 2, teams that clearly are gunning for that third place trophy and swimming well.
They're here for the day. Like we talked about yesterday, it's you take care of business. The meet is won on Friday, but the real swimming is done Saturday. You still have to hold your place. So it's a friendly reminder from our announcer not to touch those lane lines before the awards. You want to make sure that orange and blue is in the background.
Little harsh on the volunteer teenagers. I mean, come on.
They're Evanston kids. I think they are pretty intelligent and can understand where he's coming from.
Think they're used to getting yelled at, is what you're saying?
No. I think Timmy Silkaitis is a pretty calm coach. I don't think he does much yelling.
It's that Fargo character that probably does most of the yelling. Holzmueller, Tucci, and Cameron Poole. Your top three finishers in the Class A division. And they'll clear off, make way for the Class B finishers.
Well, I can tell you after this break, I'm grabbing a cup of coffee. The fast swimming has kept me going, but I need something, a little substance there.
Diving's a one-man job. You can go get your coffee.
Well, I don't know if you want me on the mic for diving. I'm a pretty harsh critic of the divers. I have high expectations. After watching, well, first of all, New Trier had some great guys out of Mikey Ross, who was another gopher. Matt Staub, Colton Staub, but also you had guys like Sarkeesian out of Niles North, Jonathan Roby, Glenbrook North. Illinois has been lucky to have some really good divers in recent years.
Yeah, definitely. Marshall Hodge, Jack Falachik, Matthew Leinart, a runner-up finish after a win in the 200 free. But Dylan Early, 24-0.
That's quick. You know, it's really great. I think they added the athletes with disabilities a couple years ago, and I think this just shows how inclusive of a sport swimming is. You don't see that in every sport, and it's tough to do in some, I'll admit, but it's really great that swimming has embraced it and made it a part of their culture and a part of something that they want to encourage, and it creates camaraderie among all these kids because they're all students together at these schools.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the most exciting thing to do, but spending 2-3 hours at a time, practicing together, it really builds the, you're going to war together.
It builds it all up, and you want to make sure you're including everyone regardless of race, religion, disability, anything. And swimming is really pushing that to the forefront. And I'm not saying we're perfect by any means. I think there's still ways to include more people, but these initiatives are certainly a step in the right direction.
So we will get the consolation finalists up here to get their medals, and certainly, back-to-back, what Scheinfeld did and then what Pierce Bailey did.
Yeah, but then you have Walsh moving down from lines to 6. That's a bruise that's going to hurt a little bit.
No doubt.
But, we talked about it. You have to come in here ready to go. You've got to be ready to go. You know, I hate to say it as a new cheer guy, but again, these Lions jackets in the white, these are cool stuff. These kids are getting some cool clothes recently. Yeah. We used to just rock T-shirts. You know, here you go.
Yeah, that's maybe the warm-up, you know.
Maybe. We had the same warm-ups every year for 6 years, 7 years. I wish they still had them, to be honest. I like the retro look.
What a meet for Barr, a senior at Loyola. Again, we talk about the young guys, but the seniors that score for the first time, we talk about Vandergraaf.
It's bittersweet. It's bittersweet. It really is, especially kids that really they grind for it. They work year in, year out. And, I mean, Loyola's also had a good history of sprinters. We talk about Andrew Jovanovic, but you have guys, Kevin Rahill, his brother Patrick Rahill. You know, they've thrown out some really good swimmers. And so it's great to see him kind of continue that. Even though it's a senior, it shows the younger guys, hey, you may not be there now. Give it time.
Yeah, put the work in, and this could be you.
Yeah. I think a lot of it is just trusting the coaches. It's an example of what's can be done.
Well, and I always said this when Jovanovic was in school. Obviously, you know, the new Trier School District would be a primary school district that Loyola would pull from, and that's got to be hard to do because of the program in New Trier. But when you have a Luke Maurer, like, what did you think? Some eighth grader's going to go, you know what? It'd be cool to swim with Luke Maurer.
I think it'd be cool to swim with Luke Maurer. You know, I think what's fun with that is when you see these guys compete on a high stage.
Kyrie Chen, by the way, another senior, first-time medalist, winning that consolation final for Neuqua Valley.
You want to soak up the information from them.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're young and you're not thinking that way. But heck, when I was at New Trier and I had Mike Dominski to look up to, Sam Metz, you know, I had one of my guys, my freshman year, Jared Jubnow and Johnny Hilbrandt. Like, these aren't big-name guys that everyone in the state thinks about. But for me in that moment, I was like, they're going to state. How do I get there?
Right. Colton Stogner, back-to-back years in the big heat of the 50 Parker Nolan, again, just a freshman, and you look at him like he's not built like a traditional sprinter. Like, he can put some muscle on this frame.
This kid's he's got the right figure, and once he puts some muscle on, once he gets, you know, he's got a great stroke now, but when you add the muscle, it's really difficult to maintain. You're forced to change, and you see it all the time in swimmers. So hopefully he gradually adds the muscle.
Carlson, Nolan's teammate, Nizgala, a big swim for Ignatius. Now Cole Grossons, 7th last year, 2nd this year. Another one of the Hinsdale Central's been on a great run of sprinters.
I mean, obviously we have Franco Reyes recently. We were talking about Pat May the other day. And that's what keeps a team strong, is the sprinting group.
But Stensby, too fast, too big, too good.
We're surrounded by the Stevenson contingency here, and they clearly came out for a guy who is holding the program down, but is a hard worker, is showing up with good times, and it's only going to get better. I would not. I'll put money down saying he goes to 19 out in a couple weeks. You know, we talk about Evanston's pool a little bit. Historically pool, but he's going to be at meets where you're getting a great pool, almost equal atmosphere. So,
yeah, no doubt, and he'll be back next year to make a run at Ryan Held in the 1500 free at New Trier.
I would love to see someone compete with those because those are some quick times.
No doubt.
And colleges will be drooling.
Well,
they already are.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think they already are. So we'll set up for diving. We'll sign off here briefly while they do that. CJ can go get his coffee. At Country Financial, we know planning for your future can be overwhelming, but something this important deserves attention. Take simple steps today at countryfinancial.com/simple steps. Do you have unclaimed property? Check today at IllinoisTreasurer.gov. The Illinois Treasurer's Office safeguards unclaimed property such as life insurance proceeds, missing paychecks, and forgotten bank deposits. There is $2 billion in unclaimed property. Check if your name is among the thousands who have unclaimed property at IllinoisTreasurer.gov. That's www.IllinoisTreasurer.gov. This message brought to you by the Illinois Treasurer's Office. Create your ultimate backyard. Visit swimmingpool.com, the outdoor living experts. Busey, your trusted partner to make your personal, business, and wealth management dreams a reality. Busey, your dream, our promise. And finally, In a Hurry, who want a fresh, affordable meal to serve your family or friends? Biaggi's Pronto Packs make it easy to enjoy an authentic Italian meal at home or on the go. Perfectly sized to serve 4 to 5 people and starting at only $30. Pronto Packs include your choice of a pasta or 2 pizzas with a house or Caesar salad and freshly baked bread with Biaggi's butter for dipping. Or if you're planning a meal for a large group, just ask about their party pan, size for 8 to 12 guests, and ready to pick up with 24 hours advance notice. With 6 Illinois locations, Biaggi's Carryout is the perfect solution for your busy lifestyle. I'm Skylar King. You're watching the National High School Federation's live streaming coverage of the Boys State Swim and Dive Championships from Evanston High School, and we'll be back with the diving finals.
You work hard, and you want to see your efforts pay off, literally. Whether you're dreaming of retirement, growing your business, or leaving a legacy for future generations, at Busey, we help you realize the possibilities of tomorrow. We listen to your needs and goals to create a sound strategy for you and your family. Enjoy the achievements of your life and work. We'll handle the rest. Busey, your dream, our promise.
All this took was a pristine SAT, ACT, and GPA. Before that, a healthy dose of travel field hockey, volunteering, the arts, and 18 years of everything else. Sending a kid to college is overwhelming. But to solve the big challenges of tomorrow, start with simple steps today. If you're ready to start, we're ready to help. So let's get started at countryfinancial.com.
Love swimming? Check out swimmingpool.com to get informed, get inspired with lots of examples of pools and spas, and get in touch with a local pool professional. Swimmingpool.com. You can also follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Create your ultimate backyard. Visit swimmingpool.com, the outdoor living experts.
Hey, where are you going? Can't get by me. I'm #1 in this class. I rule this lab. I'm #1. Hey, I don't think so. Yes! Winner! I am a king! Woo!
You wouldn't do it there. So, don't do it here. Sportsmanship. It's up to you.
What?
Jerk.
First, it was the love of your life. Then, the promotion you deserved. The daughter you planned for. And the son you didn't. Now you're ready for a new home. So how do you properly protect all this? To solve the big challenges of tomorrow, start with simple steps today. If you're ready to start, we're ready to help. So let's get started at countryfinancial.com.
Coaches, drivers, fans, here is the order today. Batting first line, so two of them are left. Second line, Rise, first line, Brookfield. Third line, Cole, Mr. Clark. Fourth, Jack Hayes, from Baltimore. Fifth, Cole, St. Charles East. Sixth, Taylor Hesburgh, Vancouver Falls. Seventh, James Durant, eighth, Matthew Ray, Wisconsin.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the final 3 rounds of our diving competition. These are your top 12 qualifiers, and they will do 3 dives to determine the order of finish.
Right now, turn off your phones.
Alex O'Toole is going to lead us off here.
Not silence, off.
Kevin Sullivan, junior from Downers North, has been flawless through 8 dives. and holds a 13-point lead over Harrell Analik from the hometown Evanston Wildcats. O'Toole, senior from Loyola, reverse dive pike to start us off. Jamoni Wise, senior from Riverside Brookfield, is next. Quite an improvement for Wise year over year. Finished outside the top 40 at state a year ago as a junior, and now to be a top 12 qualifier was quite an achievement. O'Toole's total 356.55 through 9 dives. Reverse 1.5 in pike for Wise. I'll do my best to give you the scores. They are not on the closer of the two readout boards, so I'm not at the best angle to read them. Ryan Cohn from Glenbrook North is next.
6, 6, 6.5, 6. Ryan, 209.
Wise's total 359.30. Back dive pike, Ryan Cohn. You're going to see at least one required from everybody. Most of those top kids are probably going to have 2 high DD optionals to throw. That was a back dive and pike, a required for Ryan Cohn. Jack Williams, someone Flossmoor, is next. Cohn's new total 356.80. Inward dive pike 1.5 for Williams. Joey Shemeka from St. Charles East is next.
6.5, 7.5, 6.5, 6.5, 7, 6.5, 7.
Williams new total 354.65. Forward 1.5 in pike for Jamaica. That's a dive we saw from most divers in round 1 yesterday morning.
7, 6.5, 5.5, 7.
Jacob Hedberg.
7.5.
Belvedere is next. Jamaica's new total 370.35. Inward dive pike 1.5 for Hedberg. Zane Danielitz from Deerfield is next.
Awards 8, 8, 8, 7.5, 6.5, 8, 9.
379 even. Hedberg's new total. Danielitz inward dive pike.
Awards 6.5, 7.5, 6.5, 7.
Matt Bila Braddock from Riverside Brookfield is next. Both Riverside Brookfield and Evanston have 2 divers in the top 12 this year. 360.30 for Danielitz. Back dive tuck 1-5. And your final 4 divers of every round are the top 4 divers scoring wise through 8 dives. Beginning with our number 1 guy, Kevin Sullivan from Downers Grove North. Bela Braddock's new total 339.50. Sullivan continues to dive very cleanly. Inward dive pike, 1-5. Harrell Analik is next for Evanston. He'll be followed by his teammate Trevor Nelson. Sullivan's new total is 422.15. Inward dive pike for Analik as well. And here is his teammate Trevor Nelson.
7, 7 1/2, 8.
Analik's new total 406.60.
Forward, 1 1/2 somersaults, 1 twist free, 2.2.
One and a half with a twist for Nelson. First real big dive we've seen in this round. Eric Correa will finish off round 9 here next.
6 1/2, 6 1/2, 6 1/2, 7 1/2, 6 1/2, 7 1/2, 7 1/2.
And Nelson's new total 393.10. Inward 1.5 and pike for Correa. Alex O'Toole will begin round 10 here next.
6 1/2, 7, 6 1/2, 6, 6, 7, 7. Begin round 10.
And Correa's new total 408.55.
1 1/2 somersaults, 1 twist free, 2.2.
O'Toole forward 1.5 with a twist, 2-2. Damani Wise is next.
Awards, 6, 5 1/2, 5 1/2.
And we should see a lot of optionals here in round number 10.
6, 6 1/2.
O'Toole's new total 395.05.
Height 1.5.
Inward dive pike for Wise. Ryan Cohn is next.
6 1/2, 7 1/2, 6, 7, 7 1/2, 7 1/2, 7 1/2. Ryan, 404,
Wise, new total 390, 230. Then 2 somersaults in tuck for Ryan Cohn. Glenbrook North Jr.
6, 6, 6, 4 1/2, 5 1/2.
Jack Williams, Homewood Flossmoor is next.
Jack, 303, reverse.
405.80 for Cohn through 10 dives. Williams, reverse 1.5 in pike. 0.4. Shemeka from St. Charles East is next.
5 1/2, 5 1/2, 6 1/2, 5 1/2, 6, 5 1/2. Joel, 203. Back, 1 1/2 somersaults, pike, 2.3.
Back 1.5 in pike for Shemeka.
Awards, 6, 6 1/2, 6 1/2, 8, 8, 6 1/2, 6 1/2. Jacob, 4
And Shemeka's new total 415.20. Jacob Hedberg is next. Same dive for Soph and Cone. Inward 2 somersaults in tuck. Daniel Witz is next.
6, 6 1/2, 5 1/2, 4 1/2, 6, 5, 7. Zane, 303.
Hedberg's new total 428 even.
Somersaults, pike, 2.4.
Reverse 1.5 in pike.
Awards, 7, 7, 7. 7 1/2, 7, 7, 7 1/2.
Daniel Witz, the only freshman to make the top 12 in the diving this year, 410.70.
303, reverse.
It's his new total.
1.5 somersaults, pike, 2.4.
Matthew LeBraddock, reverse 1.5 in pike. Sullivan is next.
6, 6, 5
Looking to
1/2.
extend his lead.
6 1/2, 6 1/2, 6, 6. Got it. 305, reverse.
382.70 is Velo Braddock's 10 dive total. Reverse 2.5 in tuck, 3.0.
Awards, 6 1/2, 7, 5 1/2, 7, 5 1/2, 6 1/2, 6 1/2. Harrell.
And Sullivan's new total 480.65. Nearly a 60-point dive. Inward 2.5 for Analek. Teammate Trevor Nelson is next.
Awards 7 1/2, 6 1/2, 6, 6 1/2, 7, 6, 6. Trevor 303.
465.50 for Analek. Also closing on a 60-point dive. Reverse 1.5 in pike for Nelson. Correa, our final diver of the round, is next. We just have one dive left for all 12 competitors.
5 1/2, 6 1/2, 6 1/2. Eric.
Nelson's new total 436.30.
1 1/2 somersaults, 2 1/2 twists, free 2.9.
Back 1.5 with 2.5 twists. Now to O'Toole's final dive upcoming.
Awards 6, 6, 6, 6, 6 1/2, 5, 5. We begin round 11.
460.75 for Correa.
4 inward, 2 somersaults, tuck, 2.8.
Go, Alex.
Inward 2 somersaults and tuck for O'Toole.
Awards 6, 6 1/2, 5 1/2, 5 1/2, 6, 5 1/2, 5 1/2.
And his total 442.65.
2 1/2 somersaults, tuck, 3.1.
Inward 2.5 in tuck for Jamani Wise's final dive. 3.1.
Awards 4 1/2, 4 1/2, 4, 5, 6 1/2, 5, 4 1/2.
And his total 435.70.
1 1/2 somersaults, tuck, 2.1.
Reverse 1.5 in tuck. 2-1. Jack Williams from Flossmoor is next.
Awards 5, 5, 4 1/2, 6, 5, 4 1/2, 5 1/2. Jack.
Cohen's final total 437.30.
2 somersaults, tuck, 2.8.
Inward 2 somersaults and tuck. A bit of an over rotation at the end there.
Awards 4, 5, 5 1/2, 4, 4 1/2, 5, 4 1/2.
Joey Schmecka is next. Williams 433.45.
Back, 1 1/2 somersaults, half twist, free 2.1.
Back 1.5 with a half twist. 2-1. Jacob Hedberg is next.
Awards 6, 7 1/2, 6 1/2, 6 1/2, 6 1/2,
4:56.15 for Shemeka.
Back, 1 1/2 somersaults, 1 1/2 twists, free, 2.5.
Hedberg back 1.5 twists free. 2.5 is his final dive. Zane Danowitz is next.
5, 5, 4 1/2, 5, 4 1/2, 4 1/2.
Hedberg's final total 4:64.25.
Reverse, 1 1/2 somersaults, half twist, free, 2.2.
Reverse 1.5 with a half twist.
Awards,
Matt Bielobratic is next.
7, 6 1/2, 7, 7, 7, 7.
Danowitz 4:56.90.
1 1/2 somersaults, 1 1/2 twists, free, 2.5.
Back 1.5 twists for Matt Bielobratic's final dive. Kevin Sullivan is up next, trying to put this state championship out of reach for the last 3 competitors. 4:16.45 for Bielobratic. Forward 1.5 with 2 twists.
Awards, 7 1/2, 7, 7, 6 1/2, 7, 6 1/2, 7 1/2.
Sullivan's total
51.34, forward.
5:35.25.
2 twists, free, 2.6.
It's a new pool record. Forward 1.5 with 2 twists for Analik. But after Sullivan's dive, I think the state championship is decided.
6 1/2, 6 1/2, 6 1/2, 6 1/2, 6, 6.
Analik's total 5:14.90.
405, inward, 2 1/2 somersaults, tuck, 3.1.
Inward 2.5 and tuck. And Correa will be our final diver of the day.
Awards, 4, 5, 4, 4, 4, 4 1/2, 6.
4:75.05 for Nelson.
32, front, 1 1/2 somersaults, 1 twist, free, 2.2.
Forward 1.5 with the twist. But again, this is going to need to be about a 75-point dive
6 1/2, 7, 7.
to catch Sullivan.
6 1/2.
Again, these are unofficial
7.
scores 5:05.85. So unofficially, your champion is Kevin Sullivan at 4:35.25, a new cool record that was set back in 1978. Mariah Analik is second, Eric Correa is third, Trevor Nelson is fourth, Jacob Hedberg is fifth, followed by Zane Danielewicz, Joey Shemeka, Alex O'Toole, Ryan Cohn, Jamoni Wise, Jack Williams, and then Matt Bila-Braddock. We'll be back to make that official, and we'll have a break, and then we will be back with the 100 butterfly. I'm Skylar King. You're watching IHSA Boys State Swimming and Diving Championships from Evanston High School, live streamed by the National High School Federation, and I'll be back with CJ to bring you more swimming.
You work hard, and you want to see your efforts pay off, literally. Whether you're dreaming of retirement, growing your business, or leaving a legacy for future generations, at Busey, we help you realize the possibilities of tomorrow. We listen to your needs and goals to create a sound strategy for you and your family. Enjoy the achievements of your life and work. We'll handle the rest. Busey, your dream, our promise.
All this took was a pristine SAT, ACT, and GPA. Before that, a healthy dose of travel field hockey, volunteering, the arts, and 18 years of everything else. Sending a kid to college is overwhelming. But to solve the big challenges of tomorrow, start with simple steps today. If you're ready to start, we're ready to help. So let's get started at countryfinancial.com.
Love swimming? Check out swimmingpool.com to get informed, get inspired with lots of examples of pools and spas, and get in touch with a local pool professional. Swimmingpool.com. You can also follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Create your ultimate backyard. Visit swimmingpool.com, the outdoor living experts.
Hey, where you going? Can't get by me. I'm number one in this class. I rule this lab. I'm number one. Hey, I don't think so. Yes! Winner! I am the king! Woo!
You wouldn't do it there. So don't do it here. Sportsmanship. It's up to you.
What?
Jerk.
First, it was the love of your life. Then, the promotion you deserved. The daughter you planned for. And the son you didn't. Now you're ready for a new home. So how do you properly protect all this? To solve the big challenges of tomorrow, start with simple steps today. If you're ready to start, we're ready to help. So let's get started at countryfinancial.com.
And here are your top 12 finishers for diving. Matthew Braddock, Riverside Brookfield. Jack Williamson with Flossmoor, just a sophomore. He will be back for the next few years, along with Zane Danielitz, who's just a freshman. Johnny Wise, Beal Braddock's teammate. Again, talked about the huge jump that he made year over year to be a medalist this year. Ryan Cohn, a junior, so he will be back next year with a number of strong swimmers like Shapiro, who we saw get a medal in that 200 free. And O'Toole, senior from Loyola. And sophomore from St. Charles Eve, Joey Temeka. The third underclassman that made the top 12 this year. And those are your bottom 6 finishers. In the diving competition this year. They clear off, make way for top 6, and here is that freshman from Deerfield, Zane Danielitz. Deerfield always seems to have divers in the mix. Jacob Hedberg, senior from Belvedere North. He's been in the mix here for 4 years and goes out with a 5th place medal. Trevor Nelson, one of 2 new cheer divers finishing in the top 4. He is just a junior. He will be back next year looking for bigger and better. Eric Correa from Mount Carmel, another one like Hedberg that's been in the mix for 4 years. 2 straight years in the top 2 for Correa after a runner-up finish last year. Harrell Analik, 5th last year. Second as a senior in his home pool. Pretty nice way to go out. Kevin Sullivan, after a year away due to injury, returns for his junior year as the state champion and new Evanston pool record holder for 11 dives at 5:35.25. And he'll be back next year eyeing that 5:55.40 from Joey Cifelli. Quite a comeback state meet for Kevin Sullivan. Those are your top 6 finishers for the diving competition. And we'll soon get to the 15-minute break. But before we do, at Country Financial, we know planning for your future can be overwhelming, but something this important deserves attention. Take simple steps today at countryfinancial.com/simple steps. Do you have unclaimed property? Check today at IllinoisTreasurer.gov. The Illinois Treasurer's Office safeguards unclaimed property such as life insurance proceeds, missing paychecks, and forgotten bank deposits. There is $2 billion in unclaimed property. Check if your name is among the thousands who have unclaimed property at IllinoisTreasurer.gov. That's www.IllinoisTreasurer.gov. This message brought to you by the Illinois Treasurer's Office. Create your ultimate backyard. Visit swimmingpool.com, the outdoor living experts. And Busey, your trusted partner to make your personal, business, and wealth management dreams a reality. Busey, your dream, our promise. I'm Skylar King. We will be back with the 100 butterfly after this 15-minute warm-up. CJ Smith and I will bring you what's left of this big-time showdown between Lyons Township and New Trier for the state title. We'll be back at Evanston.
You work hard, and you want to see your efforts pay off, literally. Whether you're dreaming of retirement, growing your business, or leaving a legacy for future generations, at Busey, we help you realize the possibilities of tomorrow. We listen to your needs and goals to create a sound strategy for you and your family. Enjoy the achievements of your life and work. We'll handle the rest. Busey, your dream, our promise.
All this took was a pristine SAT, ACT, and GPA. Before that, a healthy dose of travel field hockey, volunteering, the arts, and 18 years of everything else. Sending a kid to college is overwhelming. But to solve the big challenges of tomorrow, start with simple steps today. If you're ready to start, we're ready to help. So let's get started at countryfinancial.com.
Love swimming? Check out swimmingpool.com to get informed, get inspired with lots of examples of pools and spas, and get in touch with a local pool professional. Swimmingpool.com. You can also follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Create your ultimate backyard. Visit swimmingpool.com, the outdoor living experts.
Hey, where you going? Can't get by me. I'm number one in this class. I rule this lab. I'm number one. Hey, I don't think so. Yes! Winner! I am a king! Woo!
You wouldn't do it there. So don't do it here. Sportsmanship. It's up to you.
What?
Jerk.
First, it was the love of your life. Then, the promotion you deserved. The daughter you planned for. And the son you didn't. Now you're ready for a new home. So how do you properly protect all this? To solve the big challenges of tomorrow, start with simple steps today. If you're ready to start, we're ready to help. So let's get started at countryfinancial.com.
Welcome back in, everybody, for after the de facto halfway point. There's actually more swimming left to go, but diving always seems like kind of halftime in the meet. Skylar King, CJ Smith here at the Dobby Burton Evanston Natatorium, and getting ready for the consolation heat of the 100 fly that has 3 49s in it, and 2 of those are sophomores. And we've got Petro again, who, like in the IM, ends up in the bottom after being top a year ago. And he didn't actually improve his time, but he certainly went out very aggressively in the IM. Would you expect to see that again here in the fly? Yeah, I think we're going to see. I think he's capable of a low 49 here. His IM, he looked really smooth going out. It didn't really look like he challenged himself too much to go that quick time. Maybe because he was so far out in front early. Yeah. Which you would, even if he does go out hard, you'd think there's guys in here that can hang with him because there's other 49s here. Oh, yeah, those other 49s are going to push him a little bit. We saw Despandi in the medley relay. I think his split was a little off when he went yesterday, but guys tend to get up a little bit for these individuals after having one swim and letting all the nerves settle a little bit. So this should be a good race. The rest of this heat, up top in 1, Jansen Gamia, senior from Metea Valley. In 2, Nate Baxter, sophomore, St. Charles North. Desh Pandy, sophomore from Wabanzi, is in 3. Petro from Hersey in 4. Nolan Fergus, junior from Marmion in 5. And Quinn Lawford, freshman, one of these freshmen that scored from Limerick South, in 6. Pretty even start. Petro and Desh Pandy, maybe slight edge on everyone else. Gamia out in lane 1. At the first, I would say at the first wall, Jansen Gamia really looked good. I think that's his typical strategy after watching him a bit the other day. It seemed like he's pretty aggressive that first length. Maybe falls off just a little bit after, but still stays competitive. 22.5 going out for Petro, and really nice wall. He hit it just about perfectly. Petro's team maybe not as concerned with the team standings, so maybe he held off a little bit yesterday and prepared for a big meet today, because he looks really good in the water. And it will be 2 consolation championships for Petro. He comes to the wall, 49.19. You called that low 49. Yeah, there it is. There it is. He definitely looks sharp today. A little long finish there. I think he could be under 48 if he does one of those famed little Michael Phelps quarter strokes, but no one really wants to see that. Here we go. Championship final up top in 1. Ben Kimmel, sophomore, Lake Park. In 2, I Chow, senior, Naperville North. In 3, Michael Balsarac, senior, St. Viator. In 4, Henry Clausen, senior, Lyons Township. In 5, Ezra Mizgala, senior, Ignatius. And in 6, Jeff Vitek, senior, LT. And again, all 2 LTs and an Ignatius, all with trophy implications there. Yep. And Balsarac, though, we saw a time drop from him in the 200 free. You'd have to say he's still probably the favorite coming in here. I'd agree. And, Lyons has to be happy having a guy that's sitting in 6th right now, because the only thing he can do is move up. But this is a competitive heat. And even if I'm Clayson, I'm going to be wary of Mizgala, who's fighting for a trophy there, who's also kind of a big team guy, big team player. Balsarac, 100 free state champ a year ago, can add a butterfly state championship to his resume right here. I like the start out of Clausen there. Clausen's got a quick start. He's a little quick to come up off the water, so he's going to take a couple more strokes than these other guys. Looks like Chow might have touched first down there. Chow's another guy. I wouldn't be surprised if he competes up there with all of them. We come to the 50. Chow and Balsarac maybe slightly ahead of everyone. Several 22s there. Balsarac trying to separate from Clausen here. Clausen's really battling. Heading for home. It's tight. Balsarac pops up first. Clausen hanging tough. They bury their heads. And they tie for first. 48-60. And an embrace by the Coast State champions. Excuse me, 49-24 for Chow. Petro would have been third in this heat.
Yeah, this was a little bit slower than I was hoping for, but still a great swim. One interesting thing to note, they're going to end up splitting the first and second place points a little even.
14 and a half.
Yeah, so a little bit less than what he would normally get. That's a really big implication looking forward to those team standings.
So it's a 1.5 point pickup rather than a 3 point pickup.
Exactly.
For Clausen.
Which could play out to be something big.
Mizgala holds his spot. Vitek held his spot 49-73. Mizgala 49-42. Kimmel 49-47 up top in lane one. And we'll get ready now for the medals. There's Balsarac. His last high school race goes out with a Coast State title.
And he looks pretty happy with that. It might not have been the time he was necessarily pushing for. Not too far off his time from yesterday, but I think he's still got a little more in him. He seemed pretty even throughout that race. There didn't seem too much of a build or a fall off.
Well, on Saturday, it's mostly about touching the wall first.
Exactly. It's about your place.
You got other meets you can go to and post a time, but it's about getting on the number one block. And two guys just happen to do that here in the butterfly. And we'll wait here for the consolation finalists to get lined up. So not as big a bump as they would have normally gotten, but still any points to be picked up by LT are needed at this point.
Yeah, I think heading into that break, there was a bit of a differential from where they were seated coming in. So they do have a little bit of ground to make up compared to where they were supposed to be at.
No doubt. It's a 7-point swing right now. LT minus 3.5, Nutrier plus 3.5. And so that's 7 points, which means that Nutrier, if the seeds hold the rest of the way out, will win this meet by 5.5.
Exactly. And it just looking at where these other teams are seated, you've got a Nutrier kid in the 500. LT's got a kid there. We have a couple other. Their 200 free relay is going to be really big. Some movement there because LT's second, which only gives them one spot to move up. Nutrier's seated fifth. You have backstrokers. I mean, we've got a lot of swims from both these teams still to go, so it'll be a fun one to watch.
And that head-to-head 400 relays
is boy,
coming.
That's going to be good. I think across the board, you had some nice swims there, but it'll be. I'm curious to see how they respond to being next to each other and digging in for that. And it could come down to that last relay. It really could.
The coaches just rock, paper, scissors for the medal, and it looks like Scott, or maybe it's to pass out the medals.
I do know that a coach would rather be watching than be the one doing it sometimes. I think there's, it's kind of relaxing to be able to watch the swimmer you produce just walk up instead of having to be caught up in the moment sometimes.
Is that what Coach O said after he had to do this too many times?
I think Coach O started divvying it out to his assistants. We never got to the point where swimmers were doing it, but. And that's a great swim for the freshmen in the consoles. Looks like there was a tie for 11,
yeah.
But we're missing.
Well, Fergus is right here.
Here he is. It's always difficult when you have the tie. You have to maneuver. You might have a shorter guy, a taller guy, but the blocks don't allow for too much room.
That's 3 ties already today.
That's a lot. So, I mean, these guys clearly, the gentleman who tied for 11th, have it figured out here. One guy on the block, one guy on the step side. Yeah. Works well. Both look rather tall so that, if anyone's watching at home, they both don't look like they're short.
Yeah. And Petro with that 49.19. A nice bounce back swim for the senior from Hersey. So they clear off, and we'll make way for the championship finalists.
Championship, 6th place. His time was 49.73. Front lines, Jeffrey Lexington.
And the first of 2 LT seniors, the first individual swim. His sister is around your age, a very good swimmer, Ellie.
Oh, yeah.
She went on to a nice career in the Ivy League.
There's always, I think you tend to see swimming families, they tend to come in pairs. I like, or pairs, threes. We talked a little yesterday. You have, I like to talk about my brother Grant, who is a swimmer. You have, I know off the top of my head, Ian Vandergraff, who's on New Trier, his little brother swims. You have the Gridleys. There's one family I know from New Trier. You have Sophia and Amelia Giorgenti, 2 girls that swam on state relays there. We talked about the Dominskis. I think it's a culture that comes in, and they're allowed to work together and kind of establish that.
We welcome first our state champion in the 100 butterfly from LaGrange Lions at 48.60, Henry Claystead.
Co-state champions, Clausen and Balsarac, 48.60. Two seniors that both get to go out as state champions in the butterfly. Now they'll clear off, and we got the athletes with disabilities 100 freestyle. And after a blistering 24-0 in the 50, we get Dylan Early, seated at 55.5 in the 100 free.
That's quick.
He's going to be in 3, the rest of the seat in 2. Jack Valachik from Elk Grove. In 4, Matthew Leinert, Downers South. And in 5, Marshall Hodge, Oswego.
Quick with the beep there.
And again, Early. Power. Even got some nice underwater kicks off the block.
Yeah, he's also got a nice kick following behind him. He keeps it steady. A little big. You want to keep that kick a little more shallow, not as deep of a kick, but it's consistent. That's the thing. If you can hold that for a while, that over kick is what they kind of refer to it as. That's really efficient to do.
25-6 going out.
Seems about right based on his 24-0 freestyle in the 50.
Came out a little too shallow off that last turn, but he's heading for home. Should have a small drop here. 54-6. 9/10. Here comes Matthew Leinert. 101.2. So about a second and a half drop there. Valachik 106.3. So over a 4-second drop. And Marshall Hodge 112.32. It's about a 2.5 second drop. So these boys will clear out and make way then for heat number 2. Aaron Holzmueller from Evanston will be in 2. Trevor Tucci from Normal Community in 3, and Cameron Poole from Rockford Christian in 4.
This is heat 2, the 100 freestyle, student athletes with physical and visual disabilities. We welcome in lane 2 from Evanston, Aaron Holzmueller.
And we're off here in heat 2. Tucci and Poole off pretty tight in the first 25, heading to that first wall. And they're coming in for the 50 turn. 38-3 for Tucci, 39-7 for Poole, but Poole does do the flip turn. And so Tucci with the open turns even getting a touch even quicker. And Holzmueller coming to the 50 wall. .105.3. And Tucci is going to touch first. Seed time of 119.8, 120.1 is his time here. Poole, a seed time of 25.1, goes 23.46. As Holzmueller heads for the 75 wall. Holzmueller heading for the finish line. Going to be close to his seed time, 2:19.68. And a couple seconds under 2:16.42. Guys clear out, we get ready for the consolation final in the 100 freestyle. Up top in 1 is going to be Frank McCarter from Lions. In 2, Josh DeLordo, Rolling Meadows. In 3, Parker Nolan, St. Ignatius. In 4, Colton Stogner, U-High. In 5, Thomas Barr, Loyola. And in 6, Jake Shapiro, Glenbrook North. So it seems like I've said this every other event. We've got 2 guys, Lions up top in 1, Ignatius in 3, both with trophy dreams here.
Yeah, and it's one of them's a freshman.
And he's got everything to lose. We talked about Walsh in the 50 being in the middle lane, and now Nolan's got that burden of I got to hold my spot.
Yeah, and that's huge, especially in the console, because you can go from the 7 to the 1.
Right.
And that disparity is pretty large, especially when the team race is going to be that close. And you look at a guy like McCarter, who they didn't even think was going to be in this heat.
No doubt.
He's got some responsibility here to at least stay where he was. You really don't want to fall down and get just the 1 point. interesting to note, I think McCarter was about a 46 mid on the relay last night. And he's out pretty well here, but he's going to have to be quicker than his relay split. So
Stogner and Nolan flipped together. Stogner really hammered that underwater.
Delordo out in 2. He's got a nice stroke there. He's really long with it.
Yeah. Stogner 22-1-8 flips first, and a slew of guys at 22 3s and 4s. Still pretty tight. Stogner and Nolan. Looking out here, McCarter making a small move up top. Nolan's going to hold his spot. McCarter, big move up to 8. Nicely done for those two guys.
Like I said earlier, all you really need to do is go the same time or faster, and you'll move up or stay in the same place. The average kid will go a little bit slower today.
So a 3-point pickup for LT. No movement for Ignatius. Here's the championship final. Topher Stensby, you hear the cheers all around us. He's in 3. Donovan Lehman from Hinsdale in 1. Luke Bauer Loyal in 2. Stensby in 3, as I said, from Stevenson. Ryan Gridley, New Trier in 4. Connor Boyle, Nequa in 5. Ben Zabados, Whitney Young in 6. And we saw McCarter with some lane 1 magic. Lehman could use some lane 1 magic.
Yeah.
And Gridley's kind of in a tough spot because it's really hard for him to move up, even though he's got a spot to move up to.
It's hard, but, Stensby a little bit slower in the 50. He'll be fine here. Gridley, I think he can go at least a 45 low and be pretty comfortable there. He's got to be aggressive going out, but he just watched the Lions guys swim that fast.
Yeah.
He knows what he needs to do.
Yeah. And we know he's a big-time back half swimmer.
He's a big-time back half swimmer, so look for that second 50 here. Not a great start for Gridley. He usually doesn't have a good start.
Stensby, always a good start.
Yeah.
Already separating himself at the 25 wall.
If I'm one of these guys and I'm near Gridley going into the second 50, I'm a little scared.
Yeah.
Because he's a nasty back halfer. And he's riding the wave of Stensby. He's
No
smart.
doubt.
That's
No
what
doubt.
the smart swimmers do. Look at that wall.
21-0. 21s all across the board except for Lehman.
Watch out for Gridley here. Stensby looks really solid going into that third turn.
Gridley putting on a late push, but Stensby, too big of a lead. 44-5, 45-1. Lehman holds his spot.
Big swim from Ryan Gridley there. I'm pretty sure that outsplit his relay split, flying start last night. So they're going to have to gear up and get ready to go because that last relay is going to be big.
No doubt. And now we'll have all the medals.
Lane. Ryan Gridley came back faster than Stensby in that heat. So that second 50 is
that's
clearly his strategy.
I saw them swim head-to-head at least 3 times during the year, and he always outsplit Stensby on the second 50, but he never kept it close enough on the front 50, which is what happened
And that's
here.
where it's tough. I think those Gridley twins will be really good 200 freestylers in college because they clearly don't have
I think they're good 200 freestylers right now.
They're great 200 freestylers right now, but you really need to muscle up and go out in a 20-point if you're going to be an elite sprinter. And that just shows you, listen, he can swim the high school 100, compete with these guys, but if he's with the big boys, he's going to have to be quicker. So the 200 is going to be his bread and butter there. They're already great 200 backstrokers, 200 freestylers, so they're just going to improve.
No doubt. Yeah, even Scheinfeld. We talked about. He's a 200 breaststroker. He's probably gonna swim the 200 IM, maybe the 400 IM at the collegiate level.
Yeah, I wouldn't put. It's not out of the question. I think that's one thing I think might hurt New Trier a little bit is these guys are good at events that are outside the high school arena. Their 200 strokes are really good. Their longer IMs are good. So, you know, a guy like Vandergraff is pretty solid at the 1,000 and the mile. So they're versatile, but maybe not in the high school events sense.
But that's what makes guys like Spencer Walker, too, Scheinfeld, they can blast those 50s as good as they do. But Walker's best event's the 200 backstroke.
Yeah.
Holzmuller, Poole, and Tucci in the Class A 100 free top 3.
Continuing on with the B category for the athletes with disabilities in the 100 freestyle. Fourth place, his time was 11:12:32 from Oswego, Colorado.
Marshall Hodge. Freshman. It's his first trip here. And a senior from Elk Grove. Definitely not his first time getting a state medal. Another freshman, Matt Leinert from Downers Grove. And Dylan Early. Dylan Early, self-aware. Stayed away from that 200 free. Knows he's a sprinter.
Yeah. Smart move.
Says, Coach, I'm just going to go win all the short stuff. Just like one of your old teammates, Shishaim. I didn't see him swimming too many 200s back in his day.
No, David is what we would call like a drop-dead sprinter. Could throw down the 20.5 and probably be content with that for the rest of the meet. So, and we were pretty content with it too.
Right.
I didn't see too many guys complaining.
Here are your consolation finalists in the 100 free. Jake Shapiro, Glenbrook North, again, just a junior. Glenbrook North with a lot of guys coming back next year. Second medal in the 100 free for DeLordo. He was bottom 6 a year ago. The senior from Rolling Meadows. Thomas Barr, what a weekend for the Loyola senior. 2 individual medals. He's the Ian Vandergraff of sprint this weekend.
He is.
First
he
time
really
medals
is.
in the 50 and the 100.
Him and Luke Maurer have really been carrying that Loyola squad. We got a couple relays here. They both of them scoring individually, so they've been doing a good job for the team.
Dogner from U-High. McCarter, again, with the big swim for LT. And Parker Nolan, gutty swim by the freshman to bounce back and hold his spot in 7th. Big pickup for Ignatius. Connor Boyle, another freshman. He's going to be the franchise for Neuqua Valley going forward.
Yeah, they're going to need it, and they should expect a lot from him. Good experience just being here, getting that, not just a final swim, but, a top heat swim. Can really see that these guys don't back down in that race. Look at all Gridley dropping to a 45-1, Stensby still going 44. You have to be on your A game.
Donovan Lehman, junior from Hinsdale. Zabados, sophomore from Whitney Young. Another guy, he switched from the fly, 50-point freshman flyer, switching to the 100 free.
Clearly paid off. You know, that butterfly was a tough cookie
Super
to
tough.
crack this year. So,
and we talked about him in the 200 free, Luke Maurer. Still not quite as at Dad's high school times at Loyola.
no, I foresee that coming soon, maybe even in the spring, though. I mean,
No kidding.
his dad was Eric Maurer, for those of you listening, was well ahead of the curve in terms of talent.
Well, and until Paulson this weekend, his name was still up on this full record. Ryan Gridley and Topher Stensby. First state title for him in the 100 free. 3 state titles overall. He's gonna go out, you know, as long as he gets the job done next year, which he's going to be heavily favored to do so. 5 state titles in the 50s and 100 frees combined, which is hard to do. It's hard to win those state titles as a sophomore, especially when you're competing against those upperclassmen that are more developed than you.
Yeah, it's not easy to win those events, especially because those are the most popular ones. You know, there's the turnover's incredible.
When you saw 9 heats of the 50.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many kids that want to compete in those, and he's holding them off.
Luke Bauer lost his medal. Right into CJ's bread and butter high school event, the 500 free. In this first consolation heat, Jack Hiss, Nequa Valley in 1, Aiden Dillon, Evanston in 2, Zach Boley, Dunlap in 3, Brad Whitehurst, St. Charles North in 4, Ian Vandergraaf, New Trier in 5, and Ricky Williams, St. Charles North in 6.
This is a big opportunity for New Trier to score some points here.
I'm always interested in these Saturday heats, CJ, to see, is there a rabbit? Is there a guy that says, you know what, I'm going to go try and take this race by the throat early and just put everyone behind me?
I think there is, and I think we're looking at him now in Boley in lane 3. He's going a little quick. He looks smooth, driving the legs a little too much. When I was coaching a little bit, I like to tell the swimmers, you know, you want to go these times, but you want to make it as easy as possible to go that time, and AKA don't use every tool in the toolkit. So we'll see where he goes. You know, this is a big strategy. Aiden Dillon looks really smooth out there in lane 2. I think that's just his stroke, though. Yeah. I think he's just got one of those strokes that people really like to watch.
Yeah.
So they're separating themselves a little bit, but I think they'll close the gap. And to be honest, there's always 1 or 2 kids. It's so hard to swim that 500 2 days in a row.
So Boley continues to lead 51-31. Going out, Hiss and up in 1, and Whitehurst in 4, also in the 51s, the other 3 in the 52s. All 27s up there, 28-1 from Williams down at the bottom of your screen. Needs to turn it on a bit if he wants to stay in the mix.
No doubt. It looks like Dillon and Vandergraaf, 2 Evanston and New Trier kids, kind of swimming within each other.
That's right.
Vandergraaf still at the feet of Whitehurst. He's going to have to stay there if he really wants to hold his position coming in.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Hiss can hang on to what he's doing outside in lane 1, too.
You know, he just jumped up to 27.8. He was 27.6 before that. It's going to be tough, but Vandergraaf with the 28.2 is not going to help him.
Yeah, I mean, the whole heat was actually 27.8 or worse.
Yeah.
On that 27.8 for Hiss was actually the second fastest split on that 50. But Boley continues to lead, 2:14.23 at the 250.
Whitehurst up to 28.2. He might be coming off just a little bit of his splits there. Aiden Dillon's making a move, though, for sure. Using Hiss on his left and Boley on his right. I can tell you when you're sandwiched like that, it really helps you trying to keep the pace up. You know, having 2 guys there is way different than 1. It gives you a great feeling.
Foley still did post the fastest split at 27.7. We'll see what it looks like here. Ooh, looks like I almost missed that wall. 28.0. Dylan, 27.8, fastest split in the pool.
It's a game of tenths, it really is, and these kids know that, and that's why pacing is so important. You really have to hold that pace. Falling off even half a second will allow someone to creep up and really throw down on you.
Dylan really making a big move. He's going by Hiss and Whitehurst here at the wall, 27.7. 28.5, Hiss is really falling off up there in one. But Boley does continue to lead. We'll see if Dylan has enough to reel him in.
I can tell you it's really tough when you're getting past. It's demoralizing.
Yeah.
And Hiss out there is really trying to battle, but it's hurting him. You can tell he's really pushing it together. I don't know if he's going to hold off Vandergraaf even. We'll see. Hiss definitely was aggressive at the start, and I think it's starting to feel a little bit.
29.2. Yeah, he's really hurting now.
He might have something in him, though. You never know with these guys.
Boley continues to lead. Whitehurst trying to fight off Dylan's charge.
Vandergraaf just moved past Hiss.
$50 to go. Dylan's running out of real estate. Boley is going to hang on to this heat. Looks like Vandergraaf's going to hold on to his seed. Hiss and Williams finish up. Boley 4:33.2, Dylan 4:35.3, Whitehurst 4:35.4, Vandergraaf 4:36.2, Hiss 4:40.2, and Williams 4:42.5. So no blood, no foul.
Nope.
In that heat. And again, we talked about it with Gridley, and now same situation kind of here with Walker. You're the number 2 seed, and you've got the man that you're looking up at.
Number 2 is the worst spot to be in, I think, especially when you have that gap. I'm looking across the board here. Jacob Furlong. He's a guy Walker should be aware of. And I think Furlong could have a good swim here.
I mean, all these guys were scorers last year.
Exactly. They know what they're doing.
Camps was in the top last year. Netzel and Hutchinson are first-time top 6 guys. But as you mentioned, Walker, Paulson, and Furlong were all in this big heat last year. And if you're Walker, as much as you want to win this 500 free because you need the team points,
got to swim smart.
I was going to say, you also don't want to kill yourself trying to compete with Paulson if you're not really able to.
Exactly. And I can't say for sure whether he's capable of going a 420, but it's going to take a lot. And sometimes if you go out too hard to really chase it, which is kind of the case right now, it might hurt you in the back half and ultimately hurt your team standing. Yeah. You want to be smart with this. Paulson this looks way too easy for him. I think Paulson might toy with him a little bit and flip a switch here and really drive it home, but you never know.
Well, the only thing I can say for Walker is we know he's not sweating the backstroke very much.
No, and that might be a reason for him to push the 500 a little bit because he has that gap in the backstroke.
Oh, he just got caught up on that wall.
Evanston's pool at one end, the shallow end, has a metal gutter that does get slippery every once in a while. I know some people have slipped on that before. Myself, I have. So that's something to keep an eye on is the turns, how kids are pushing up the pads. Hopefully the pads don't fly up. Paulson's got some company here.
Yeah. Furlong, of course, thick into that third-place trophy race with Ignatius.
Couple of pests on his shoulder. You hope he can shake them off a little. And he's starting to right now here. He's responding a little bit, a higher tempo. That's the switch right there. When you make that move, you want a higher tempo, but when you make your move, you need to make sure you get far away from the other swimmers. You can't give them a reason to stay with you.
Here comes the 200 split.
There it is.
Paulson 143.4, 144.1 furlong, 144.6 Walker.
Paulson just brought it down from a 26.5 to a 26.2. That's a good move. He let Furlong hang in there a little bit. He's going to be frustrated that he has to keep that tempo for a longer time, and Furlong's really pushing him here. I think we might see faster times across the board because of this than we expected.
And Walker's starting to fade, actually getting passed by Camps.
Walker's fading, however, if you watch Walker's turns and he gets longer up the wall with kicks, it sets him up to close a little bit better than a couple other guys.
And he is a notorious back halfer. So we'll see if he's got that in him
Well, we're
today.
past the back half now.
Right.
So it's got to come soon. You know, he's shortening up a lot, which is rough. You look at his shoulders, he's driving down with his shoulder instead of pushing forward. You drive down in a sprint.
And he's up into the 27s. This is shaping up as a sort of a two-horse race, but Paulson is starting to put some separation between himself and Furlong.
Walker breathes to the right. That's something to look at when he's coming home. Who's he going to see when he's coming home? He's got Hutchinson in lane 1 creeping up on him, but he can't see Camps in the outside lane, and he can't see Netzel. Making a move a little bit, though. Walker's still holding 27-1. Hutchinson crept down. He's in the 26s, which is an elite time.
And we'll see if Furlong stays in the 26s. See if he's starting to feel it a little bit with 100 to go. He looks like his tempo slowed.
Tempo slowed. This is going to be a 27 mid.
27.4, 26.9. Walker, second wind here.
Furlong's starting to see Walker, though. It's going to be a little bit of motivation, and it's the last 100. You just got to dig. Go to the legs here. He's using his hips a lot. He's got to dig with the legs.
Furlong and Walker both with trophy implications on the line here. Furlong 27.0, Walker 26.9. I don't know if Walker's got enough pull to catch him.
Furlong really came off that wall exploding. He's going to close really well. Walker's just slowed down. I think he made that move a little too early. Hutchinson on the outside and sees him too.
Paulson is going to lock up Senior Swimmer of the Year with this one. 4:22.53. Hutchinson touches out Walker. .424.67. Furlong picks up a point. Walker drops 2. Hutchinson 4:26.56, just a 100th ahead of Walker.
Hutchinson just a junior. You got to think that he's the guy coming in next year after having such a solid race. 26.5.
He's the top returner.
And he's pretty far ahead of some of the other guys who were in that consoles heat.
Yeah, he's 6 seconds clear of everybody else that's coming back next year.
Everyone in this heat, though, under 4:30, which we didn't have heading in.
Right.
So that's a good, I mean, we're back kind of to what we want to see, where we've been established as having a pretty deep event here. This will be wide open next year for sure. Right after Hutchinson, you've got a ton of graduating seniors.
So Ignatius picks up another big point in their quest for their first ever trophy. It's certainly trending that direction. And LT needs big things in these last 2 relays.
You know, you hate to see the senior Spencer Walker move down a couple spots like that, but he really gave everything he had in there. You could tell when he saw guys moving up to him, he was making a move and pushing off. He's been asked to do so much over his 4 years at LT that you really can't be disappointed with just one swim.
So here are your top 12 finishers. Ricky Williams, just a sophomore, will be a part of a strong returning contingent for St. Charles North next year. And St. Charles North sets up to potentially have 2 top 6,500 guys next year with Whitehurst and Williams both in the bottom this year in all these graduations. There's Jack Hiss, Neuqua Valley. Ian Vandergraaf holds his ground. Makes the 500 a net gain for New Trier. There's Williams' teammate, Whitehurst. Aiden Dillon, another one of these seniors going out with his first medal, and he does it in his home pool.
Headed to Minnesota. Go Gophers.
Not often you see a Trevian rooting for a Wildcat.
No, there's a certain level of camaraderie there. Both of them raced each other at Evanston Invite, Trevian Relays, the dual meet, a couple other invites, conference sectionals. I mean, I tell you, you're almost forced to be friends because if you're angry at someone for that long, then there's some serious issues.
Yeah, see each other every other weekend.
Yep. Got a couple mutual friends in Tommy Hackley.
Zach Boley in Dunlap. Preparations underway for that 200 free relay back behind near the warm down pool. As the top 6 finishers make their way, Will Camps adds a top 6 500 medal to his top 6 IM medal.
That's that's.
And here's what we're talking about. That is not Will Camps. Will Camps getting ready for this 200 free relay.
And listen, you wish the kids could enjoy the moment, but there's more important things, and that's what they're here to do is swim fast. So they take the hit that it's not them in the photo. To be honest, I don't think I ever saw one of those photos after it was taken.
All-State banquet, maybe, the booklet?
Maybe. And that's out. The best part about that banquet is going to the Sonic afterwards because we don't have Sonic near us. So
at Elmhurst, yeah.
It's
Ryan
out there a
Netzel.
bit. They should really host that banquet at Medina. Wouldn't that be nice?
It'd be expensive, I think, is what it would be.
Nah. That is a great event, though, if you can ever get a chance to make it out there as a swimmer. I think it just it really puts a spotlight on people who've achieved a lot. They give out plenty of awards, but you also get to see kids that you don't see too often other than swim meets.
Even Walker not going to get his medal, and he's not in this next relay. Swimming down, getting ready for the backstroke in the 400 relay.
I have no problem with that. I really don't. I mean, it'd be nice if they had someone to replace him up there, but you got to put the team first, and obviously there's a big race on the line. And, I'm sure he's not really happy with that place either. So
no doubt.
I don't know if he is too bummed to not be up there.
Colton Paulson, now a 5-time individual state champion for Peoria Notre Dame.
Him and his coach enjoy a little moment there.
Certainly going to go down as one of the best ever come out of the Peoria area. Naturally, Matt Elliott, 7 individual state titles.
Matt Elliott's up there. I mean, you got the Corsa Grossas, John and Jake. You got a couple other kids up there from Peoria, Notre Dame. But, they've been relevant since about 2011. They've had people that are competing at this meet. And hopefully it stays that way, and hopefully the sport stays popular in central Illinois and southern and all over the state.
Well, there's always been decent talent in that area. The problem is it's rarely all at one school,
exactly.
Like it was a few years ago when Notre Dame got their trophy.
I say pick a school that you can all go to and figure it out, and that's what
they're
starting to do.
Being it's a private school, I mean,
Exactly.
Notre Dame's that spot if there's a way to concentrate
Figure
all the talent in one spot.
Big relay here.
Big relay indeed. Consolation final of the 200 relay. Up top in 1, Notre Dame. Colton Paulson, quick turnaround.
Oh, yeah.
Wabanzi in 2, Marmion in 3, Will Camps also a quick turnaround. St. Charles North in 4, St. Charles East in 5, Naperville Central in 6.
And it looks like Paulson's going to be on this relay, so this will be an interesting swim to watch after that 500.
And we're off. Will Meyer.
I got to tell you, Link 2 Abansi Valley has a great start. Really leaning forward, gets off that block quick. He's competitive. Maybe not the fastest in the water, but gives himself an advantage coming off the block.
Meyer's going to touch first, 21-2.
Solid exchanges throughout.
And Camps in the water for Marmion, making a move.
It's one more 50, I tell you. You just got to shake off the 500 and gut it out, and he's doing that right now. We'll see if Paulson can do that for his team, too.
20.8 for Camps. Fastest split in the pool.
That's a great swim for him coming out of the 500. Marmion looks really solid here.
And this is Nolan Fergus opening up a small lead. See if they can hang on to it. Paulson about ready to head in. Look out, St. Charles East. Matt Nagler making a run in lane 5. And here comes Dominic May on the bottom for Naperville Central as well. And it is St. Charles East. 125.06. 25.38 Marmion. 25.62 Naperville Central. 25.83 St. Charles North. 26.65 Waubonsie. 26.71 Notre Dame. And now this relay could decide everything. All 4 teams we're talking about these trophies are in this heat.
This is huge. And if you look lane 1 already, New Trier's changed up their order, leading off with Pierce Bailey, their 50 freestyler. LT's going with Walsh. We've got some studs leading off this relay. This is going to be a great race. Finally, we have all 4 teams in a relay heat. We did it in the medley, I believe, but this is, we had 3 teams in the medley. This is going to be a great race here.
It does look like Stensby's still in that 2-hole for Stevenson.
I'd like to see him go in 19 mid, and I think he wants it too. Pierce Bailey had the outside lane in the 50 freestyle. We'll see how he responds to that again.
And this heat is New Trier in 1, Hinsdale in 2, Stevenson in 3, LT in 4, Ignatius in 5, Neuqua Valley in 6.
These are some stud schools across the board.
And we're off here. Let's see who gets the early edge. Billy Leader looking good up in 2. Nolan looking good in 5 for Ignatius.
Bailey doing his job for NT out there in lane 1, really digging in.
Cole Grosson's in the water for Hinsdale, coming off that runner-up finish in the 50. Stensby obviously in the water for Stevenson. They're side by side right now. Lehman, nice start for Hinsdale. 20.3 for Grosson, 20.09 for Stensby.
New Trier's anchoring with Gridley. We'll see how he carries the team here. Let's see what he responds with.
Brandon Gloniak is going to have a lead for the Red Devils. Another bad start for Gloniak. Comes though. Everyone's running him down. It is the Red Devils, 123.57, and a huge win for Hinsdale in that trophy race. Lions 2, Stevenson 3, Ignatius 4, New Trier, Neuqua. So no blood for the two top teams, but Hinsdale may have just locked up the 3rd place trophy with that win.
That's a big win for them, and that's a big swim across the board for all of them. Billy Leader got them started out pretty well.
124.4 New Trier. I mentioned 23.57 for Hinsdale. 24.03 Stevenson. 123.85 Clausen with a 20.02 on the end for LT. 124.34 Ignatius. 124.89 Neuqua Valley. And I mentioned to you before the meet that I thought that this was the Red Devils relay. And
yeah, and clearly it was. Stevenson's close to him. Lions, LT is close to them as well. But 123.57 is a pretty substantial chunk of time in front of those teams.
And again, it's the almost a full 7/10 drop. And what you talked about, if you go the same time or faster, usually you're going to beat guys on Saturday.
That's how I feel. I really do feel that way. And that's just a safe bet. So
a big 8 points added to Hinsdale day over day. And here are your bottom 6 finishers. Notre Dame. Again, another school that's going to be looking to reload. How do you replace a Colton Paulson?
You don't. I'll be honest, you don't. It's kind of similar to Reed Malone graduating. It's like it's almost a guaranteed win in 2 events. It's a lot of points, and then when you look at the relays, sometimes that's the reason you qualified that relay.
No doubt.
Because they're so quick. But, I can guarantee the clubs out there have kids working up the age group ranks that will get to that point. But that's a tough blow for a team. But you got to be happy for the kid doing so well.
And Notre Dame has put together a tradition of years.
Yes.
And Coach Riberty's been there through the whole thing. And so the young kids know, we need to step up and fill those shoes. St. Charles North. A group of guys that'll be all back next year. Looking for much bigger things. We'll obviously see Meyer here in a few races. I'm not sure if the board's wrong. It says Waubonsee Valley 11th, but St. Charles North's on that block.
Huh.
And the Waubonsee guys are back here looking a little confused about what's going on.
It's like
now they got it sorted out.
I'm sure Waubonsee wouldn't mind taking another spot up.
And it is nice for a kid like Simpson. He's in the backstroke, but now they have that break that you distance guys used to get.
Oh, I love that break. It was a fantastic break.
You always got that break right after the 500.
Indeed. My meet was usually done by now. It was time to be a cheerleader.
Depending on the year, sometimes street closed, sometimes waiting to take the traditional dip in the pool at the end.
Usually hoping I wasn't in street clothes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there were a few years where we watched.
Marmion makes a nice move up to 8th. Again, we saw the tough 20-point out of that 500 for Camps. And then St. Charles East with a first-year coach wins this consolation heat. what I will say, and we saw with Petro, but it seemed like in years past, the 7th place team a lot of times would have got third or something in the championship final. The teams in the top 6 in recent years, I think, have done a better job of maintaining their performance, and not falling apart just because they're safe with the 6th, which really just makes it. I mean, that was an exciting race where everybody was in the middle of it, and you talked about New Trier switched their order, Hinsdale switched their order, which isn't. I don't think that's an easy decision. No, because especially if you've had that order all year and there's that comfort level, and now you're going, let's switch it up.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of thought put into that and a lot of discussion. And it's a chance you have to take a little bit. You might think about how efficient some guys are on a relay start or how efficient they are on a flat start, and kind of roll with it. And if you feel like it didn't work the other day, well, if you're a team like New Trier and you're in 5th, you really don't have too much to lose there. 1 point significant, but maybe you're going to bump up 3 points.
Yeah.
And they held ground with it, which is fine.
And there is some credence to, if you think you're going to be behind, give your best guy, Gridley, a chance to chase everyone down and maybe maximize what he can do because he's fired up and knows he's got to run people down.
No doubt. And they tried to do that with him, and he went a solid split. I think they could have gotten a little more off their leadoff. Guy who's been 21-0 at this meet already. He was 21-38 there, so there's a little room to improve there. Unfortunately, they won't get the chance to, though.
But again, we talked about it's a long weekend. Pierce Bailey's first state meet. It's done a heck of a job.
You can't ask much more from the kid. Coming to their first state meet, scoring points, and then moving up in the heat to score more points, and then leading off a big relay. So,
Neuqua Valley, 6th place. Losing a big cog in Kyrie Chen, but a lot of people in the state would like to build her on Connor Boyle for the next 3 years.
Yeah, I don't think I'd have a problem with either him or Parker Nolan. I would not complain to have them as a coach.
And here are the Trevians.
-1. Nope, there he is.
He's not the Gridley in the backstroke. He's got no excuse.
That's true.
But this was the big step for New Trier. They didn't even score this 200 relay at last year's state meet, and they were in 3rd and not really in the mix for the state title. It really is all about getting 3 relays in the bigs if you're going to make it on the state title.
The years that we were winning the state title, we were winning all 3 relays.
Yeah.
At worst, getting 3rd, top 3. So you have got to do that, and I think they knew that, and they had a couple of these guys, you're looking at Pearson Orr and Nick Torrey, really focus on that speed because they knew they could get that relay up there.
And there is Ignatius with a 4th place finish. Stevenson with a runner-up. And Stevenson basically held their time yesterday, 24-0. Hinsdale and LT dropped time to get under 24, and that's why they're the top 2 teams here in this relay.
Yeah, and I think if I'm LT, you're slowly running out of time here to really close that gap that happened early in the meet. You have Walker in the back, but the only thing that can happen is he could fall down.
Yeah, they really need some help they really need Will Meyer to win the breaststroke.
Which is a stretch, but
they need to win the 400 relay.
That needs to happen, and both of those, even if I'm LT, I would need that breaststroke or Charlie Scheinfeld to be close to 3rd almost. Will Meyer winning that knocks New Trier down a couple points. The 4 free relay, you swap a little bit, but
the 400 relay is a 12-point swing. That's
true.
That's enough on its own, basically. But obviously, none of that's guaranteed.
No.
And there's nothing better than going to that last relay and being able to say safe starts. But I don't think that's going to happen for them today. And certainly, even though they made that big move to win this state title, the 2 West Suburban Silver teams going 1-2, back-to-back wins in this relay for Hinsdale, just like back-to-back for New Trier in that medley and potentially in that 400 relay. it's Hinsdale can't go safe starts. If they were in 6th, they could go safe starts, but in 7th, they got to hold that spot. A lot of people didn't think this would happen when they lost Franco Reyes. But Billy Leader really stepped up leading off there, 21-3. A guy who could have scored in the 50. He missed the cut by, I think, 2 100ths at the sectional.
Mm-hmm.
Those
it
are
just
the
goes to show you how fast the cuts are.
It is. We're going to have our final break of the weekend before we come back with the backstroke, the breaststroke, 2 events we've already seen state records in this weekend, and, of course, the 400 relay, where we should have something on the line really for the first time since 2010. And that always makes that last relay more interesting. For CJ Smith, I'm Skylar King. We'll be back after this warm-up. You're watching the National High School Federation's live streaming coverage of the Boys State Swim and Dive Championships from Evanston.
You work hard, and you want to see your efforts pay off, literally. Whether you're dreaming of retirement, growing your business, or leaving a legacy for future generations, at Busey, we help you realize the possibilities of tomorrow. We listen to your needs and goals to create a sound strategy for you and your family. Enjoy the achievements of your life and work. We'll handle the rest. Busey, your dream, our promise.
All this took was a pristine SAT, ACT, and GPA. Before that, a healthy dose of travel field hockey, volunteering, the arts, and 18 years of everything else. Sending a kid to college is overwhelming. But to solve the big challenges of tomorrow, start with simple steps today. If you're ready to start, we're ready to help. So let's get started at countryfinancial.com.
Love swimming? Check out swimmingpool.com to get informed, get inspired with lots of examples of pools and spas, and get in touch with a local pool professional. Swimmingpool.com. You can also follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Create your ultimate backyard. Visit swimmingpool.com, the outdoor living experts.
Hey, where you going? Can't get by me. I'm #1 in this class. I rule this lab. I'm #1. Hey, I don't think so. Yes! Winner! I am a king! Woo!
You wouldn't do it there. So don't do it here. Sportsmanship. It's up to you.
What?
Jerk.
First, it was the love of your life. Then, the promotion you deserved. The daughter you planned for. And the son you didn't. Now you're ready for a new home. So how do you properly protect all this? To solve the big challenges of tomorrow, start with simple steps today. If you're ready to start, we're ready to help. So let's get started at countryfinancial.com.
You work hard, and you want to see your efforts pay off, literally. Whether you're dreaming of retirement, growing your business, or leaving a legacy for future generations, at Busey, we help you realize the possibilities of tomorrow. We listen to your needs and goals to create a sound strategy for you and your family. Enjoy the achievements of your life and work. We'll handle the rest. Busey, your dream, our promise.
All this took was a pristine SAT, ACT, and GPA. Before that, a healthy dose of travel field hockey, volunteering, the arts, and 18 years of everything else. Sending a kid to college is overwhelming. But to solve the big challenges of tomorrow, start with simple steps today. If you're ready to start, we're ready to help. So let's get started at countryfinancial.com.
Love swimming? Check out swimmingpool.com to get informed, get inspired with lots of examples of pools and spas, and get in touch with a local pool professional. Swimmingpool.com. You can also follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Create your ultimate backyard. Visit swimmingpool.com, the outdoor living experts.
Hey, where you going? Can't get by me. I'm number one in this class. I rule this lab. I'm number one. Hey, I don't think so. Yes! Winner! I am a king! Woo!
You wouldn't do it there. So don't do it here. Sportsmanship. It's up to you.
What?
Jerk.
First, it was the love of your life. Then, the promotion you deserved. The daughter you planned for. And the son you didn't. Now you're ready for a new home. So how do you properly protect all this? To solve the big challenges of tomorrow, start with simple steps today. If you're ready to start, we're ready to help. So let's get started at countryfinancial.com.
Welcome back in, everybody. Skylar King, CJ Smith, ready to take you home for the last 3 races of the weekend. Start with the consolation final of the 100 backstroke. And CJ, who do you like in this heat? Simpson, top 6 a year ago in that middle lane, senior.
You know, watching Simpson swim yesterday, I think he's got a lot left in him. He was, like you said, top 6. Those are the kind of guys that have this experience. Might be a little upset that he wasn't in the top 6 again, so he might have a little something extra there. And, you know, he's had a good day, a good meet so far. Other than this one event, I'm expecting a big swim from him.
Simpson is in lane number 3. Joining him in the seat is Jaden Olson, sophomore from Jones Prep. In 2, Cole Junker, junior from Mascuda. In 4, Noah Clancy, sophomore from Alton. In 5, Will Rate, sophomore from Oak Park. And in 6, Tazio Kirka, junior, Whitney Young. And I see this backstroke being a really competitive race next year because Simpson, the only graduating senior from this heat. And so all these guys are going to be duking it out for those spots that there are some guys graduating in that top heat.
A lot of top 6 guys graduating. So this heat right now is kind of that look into next year
who's
type
next?
heat. Yeah, who's next? Simpson obviously is there. He's solid. Watching Junker, I like Junker, the way he swims. I think he's going to put up a good time here, too.
And we're off here in this consolation final. And nobody really pushing that 15-meter mark. I know you like to watch, CJ.
Yeah. Junker out there.
Junker did look good, as does Clancy in lane 4. But we saw the huge back half that Simpson put together yesterday.
Simpson, again, another kid who probably has a pretty solid 200 back. Just keeps it really smooth, pretty even in those 250s here. A little slower, though, than yesterday. 24.9 is tough to come back from.
24.2 for Junker, and he is out front. Olson right below, or right above him on your screen, making a move for Jones Prep.
Here comes Simpson. Higher tempo than most of these guys.
Hugging that lane line hard, though.
That hurts you a lot. You can't get off that. I don't know what you're going to do.
And Will Rate with the back half, 25.98. 50.37 for the Oak Park sophomore. And we talked about it. That would have qualified 4th yesterday.
You know, I knew he had something. Someone in this heat had a top 6S time in them. I felt like yesterday's top 6.
Junker did too. 50-55 would have got him in yesterday too.
I felt like yesterday's top 6, at least 5th and 6th, were a little bit slower, but it's still good times.
Here in this big heat, up top in 1, Mitchell Malash, St. Charles East. In 2, Brett Spires, Pontiac. In the middle, Walker from LT, Caleb Carlson from Byron. They are actually club teammates. Patrick Ridley in New Trier in 5. Benjamin Kimmel, the only non-senior sophomore from Lake Park, is in 6.
Another big event here. New Trier really wants Patrick Ridley to move up. Malash in a really good leadoff for that Medley relay earlier.
He's a 49-1 backstroker in club, so he's got a 49 in him.
There's a bunch of guys in here that should be 49s that weren't in prelims.
And here we go. We'll see if Walker can break that 47 barrier and who will claim those spots behind him. Carlson hanging in there. Walker really hammering that underwater. Ridley looks like he's hugging that lane line a little tight.
Ridley's hugging it too, but it's working out a little bit for him. He's closer to those guys than he was yesterday.
He's got back to the middle at least. Walker starting to pull away.
This is going to be a big last 25 in terms of the team stuff. Ridley's really battling here.
Walker is going to win it and defend his title. And then it's Ridley sneaking in there. 49.08, big time swim for Patrick Ridley. 48.11 for Walker. We talked about how he couldn't back off in the 500. at this point in the meet, he needs to save himself for that relay.
You know, he added time in the 5, added time in this backstroke. At this point, it's all mental. He needs to get in front, and he needs to show his team how a senior handles a little bit of adversity. He can't let that bring him down.
But to your point, 5:49s or better in that heat. So we got the big 49 explosion that we thought we might get yesterday. Malash 49.98, Spires 49.58, Carlson 49.1, Gridley 49.0, Kimmel 50.53.
I mean, Gridley just dropped almost a second and a half from his prelims time. I think something must have happened a little bit yesterday, but that helps the New Trier team a lot. Malosh, obviously, we talked about his backstroke split on the medley. It's great to see him get under the 50-point. You know he can be a little bit quicker, but he still got under that.
Well, like to your point, he got out, but he had the second slowest split coming home, so maybe he got out too fast. Similarly, Spires, who was out really quick, up there with Walker, 26-1 coming home.
And, you know, we talked about some of these guys being 200 backstrokers. Gridley coming back in 25-1 clearly doesn't have that first 50 speed that you look for in a 100 backstroker like Walker might have. So maybe another 100 yards in that race would be even closer among all of them.
Yeah, well, I think another 100 yards and Walker and Gridley would have just left everybody behind.
Yeah.
Walker 25-0 coming home.
Sure.
As I mentioned earlier, 200 back is going to be his meal ticket the next 4 years as his best event. Even though I would expect him to find his way into an Alabama medley at some point in that 100 back as well. So for 2 years in a row, Scott Walker gets to put the state championship medal around his son's neck here in the backstroke. There's Jaden Olson. Kirka from Whitney Young didn't show up for his medal. There he is. As the consolation finalists line up, Noah Clancy. Will Rate, big final swim, 50.3.
Huge swim.
And he's obviously, but even before this, by far the best swimmer on that Oak Park team that's bringing everybody back next year. And he's got to be the guy to raise everybody's level so they can get some relays here next year.
Yeah, there's some really solid teams today that are real. You know, their sights might be set on next year a little bit more than this meet, about the experience this time and then the results next time.
No doubt. With the number of seniors, if you're a team that doesn't have those seniors, you're in good shape for next year. And they will head off to get their picture taken for that all-state booklet that C.J. Smith never looked at.
Not in a rude way. It's not readily available. So if you don't go to that banquet, which is tough for some kids, it's on a school night, I will say.
It is.
So it's tough to make it to that if you're far from there. But those pictures do turn out well.
Benjamin Kimmel from Lake Park. Back-to-back backstroke medals for him. This first time in the top. Malash, who didn't even come out for St. Charles East High School team last year, finds his way to a fifth-place medal here in his last state meet. Spires from Pontiac, a couple medals. Carlson added 2 new events to his repertoire this year. Always been an IM or breaststroker. 50 free, 100 back this year. Patrick Gridley, just yet another big swim by the New Trier kids today. But Spencer Walker, back-to-back backstroke champion, and Alabama's got to be very excited about what he can do 4 years from now.
He's talented, he's versatile, and
he's one of these kids.
Swimmer.
I know you guys didn't do it much when you were in high school. Hasn't lifted weights before.
No, the only New Trier, when Coach O was there, all we did was dryland. We never did squats, never did bench. I didn't even know what those were. When I got to college, my college coach, Kelly Kramer, called the distance lifting maintenance.
Yeah.
Just don't hurt yourself.
Right.
But I think that's great. That just shows what's left for him to improve on.
Yeah.
And that's a huge area, a very big thing to improve on. So.
Because you're only getting bigger and stronger as you move through your college years anyway, but you add that weightlifting element in. And, I remember, and Hinsdale Central is always a program that has lifted weights, but I remember seeing Danny Thompson at NCAA's his freshman year. He looked like he'd added 20 pounds of muscle. That just shows you what those college strength and conditioning programs
you definitely
do.
do. And even if you're not adding weight, you're definitely adding, you're slimming down into a better body mass index, less body fat. You're definitely leaner and stronger when you go after a year of college, and that helps with your swimming as long as you stay flexible and you adapt to the new body you have.
So here is our final individual event of the day, starting with the athletes with disabilities, the 100 breaststroke. Aaron Holzmueller Evanston is up top in 1. Trevor Tucci from Normal is in 2. Matthew Leinart from Downers South in 3. Jack Falachek, Elk Grove in 4. And Marshall Hodge from Oswego in 5. And we're off here in the athletes with disability 100 breaststroke. Pretty nice stroke out of Leinart in the middle lane there. And he had a pretty decent pullout. Maybe even a little dolphin kick there off the wall.
Definitely. He keeps his head down. You don't want your head to move too much even when you break the surface. But he looks like he's placing it down there a little bit at a good angle so it's not affecting him too much. He's got a snappy little kick behind him. Breaststroke, you really want to pick your heels up. And a lot of breaststrokers don't realize you want to pull your heels toward your bottom. You don't want to just let them float up. So you really have to pull and then push your heels.
He is out in 35.8.
That's quick.
His seed time is 1:17.1, so a decent chance to do better than that. And Falachek is heading for home as well now. But Matthew Leinart is going to drop a little time, 1:16.19. Full second there in the breaststroke. Here comes Falachek. He drops 10 seconds from his sectional time as Holzmueller up top in 1 makes the turn at the 50. Trevor Tucci is coming to the flags. Hodge about halfway home on his final 25. Oh, Tucci got victimized by the pad up there in lane 2. It didn't fire off. And Hodge coming to the wall. 1:06.04 on that second picture, a 2:07.95 just off his sectional time. And Holzmueller, about 12 and a half to go. Seed time of 3:02.1. Looks like he's going to touch in under 3 minutes. 2:58.74. And they'll clear out and make way for the consolation finals of the 100 breaststroke. Up top in one is going to be Caleb Babb, senior from Jacksonville. He's headed to Iowa. He's unique. He's a 16-year-old senior.
Huh. You don't hear that very often.
No. In two, Gabe Peichneck, Northside College Prep. In three, Michael Rosa, Riverside Brookfield. Justin Alderson from Metamora is in four. We saw him in that IM consolation final as well. Josh Tack, Naperville North in five. And Max Ida from Glenbrook South is in six. And he is the last of our freshman scorers. Two from Glenbrook South. Shows you how young and talented that the Titans are.
A bright future for that team.
Rosa is a guy we saw yesterday, one of those early heats, popped that 57-1.
Yeah, he came out of heat 2 yesterday, and that was one of the rare times where early heat times kind of survives the onslaught of Circle Seeds.
Yeah. 151.92 officially for Tucci. About a second and a half drop from his seed time. Here in the consolation finals of the breaststroke. And Babb and Peichneck look pretty good at the top of the pool right now.
Babb's got a really nice breaststroke. I think as he gets a little bit older in age, he'll be a little stronger and maybe be able to hold and drive with his legs a little bit more. You know, you saw a couple guys catch up with him there.
Yeah, and he is somebody that went a 55 in breaststroke at that junior national meet in Iowa earlier this year.
And he's probably setting himself up to be close to that. I don't know, maybe not. Second 50 does look good, though.
Nice turn there. Really left everybody behind. So Caleb Babb with some outside smoke. .56.4. About an 8/10 drop again, a time that would have been top 6 yesterday. Peichneck in 2 is second, 57.35. Rosa, 58.02 in 3. Alderson, 57.41 for third. Tack, 57.49 for fourth. And Ida, 58.13 for sixth. And here we go for the championship final. A lot of red up top. Tristan Lundgren and Billy Leader in 1 and 2, junior and senior, both from Hinsdale Central. In the middle of the pool, Charlie Scheinfeld, your state record holder from New Trier. Will Meyer, St. Charles North in 4. Michael Walsh, Lyons Township in 5. And Brian Ellig, Wabanzi Valley in 6.
Charlie Scheinfeld set the state record yesterday. He's got to win this event, but he still has the 400 free relay to consider. You know, you're going to race and you're going to go after it, but he's got to be smart. When he touches, he's got to get ready to go for that relay because it's a quick turnaround. I don't suspect seeing him standing up on the podium or on the blocks afterward either.
Leader as well.
Yep. Unbelievable pullouts across the board. Lots of experience in the pool right now.
Scheinfeld touches first, just ahead of Meyer. And that's not something we've seen in the past state meets. Meyer has always been first at the 50. That's even a better sign for Scheinfeld.
Both swimmers have had trouble matching their prelims times the past couple of years. We'll see if they can be closer to him this time.
Scheinfeld and Meyer have been 1-2 for 2 years in a row, and it looks like that's going to continue. Scheinfeld driving for a third state title. 53.72. Everyone holds their time, or their seeds rather. 54-4 for Meyer. And I said earlier I thought Paulson was going to be senior swimmer, but I think it's going to be Charlie Seinfeld. He's now got 2 wins and a state record. Paulson doesn't have a state record, and Walker doesn't have 2 wins.
You know, it's tough to ignore that state record, especially one that was, that's a fast record.
Yeah.
And shout out to Charlie. That's 3 years in a row now he's won that event, which is a very difficult feat. He needs to get out of the water and start warming down, though.
Letting everyone know that's 7 state titles. Well, it will be 7 state titles if they win the last relay.
And those are good.
No, it'll be 8.
Those are good, but I can tell you he's going to a school where state titles,
everyone's got them.
a dime a dozen. So
Yeah.
he's got to gear up and start thinking about other things. But in the meantime, he should be warming down.
I know. Can't you imagine?
And that's
those
coming
bios
from the coach's corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the Texas page.
They shouldn't even put him on there.
Timmy was a 6-time state champion in high school.
I think you can just assume.
Joey was state runner-up to his fellow recruiting classmate. Yeah. So everything's really coming down to this 400 relay. LT needs to win. New Trier actually doesn't have to win this last relay as long as LT doesn't.
I think they want to.
Oh, well, no doubt.
It's the bread and butter.
I'm talking strictly from the math of.
I'm not a numbers guy.
When you're up here year after year, it eventually becomes all about the numbers.
Oh, I'm sure.
Starting to bring those trophies down. Here are your athletes with disability. Class A. Finishers. Holzmuller. Well, they don't have him on here, but they just announced Trevor Tucci's state record for his classification, 151. Holzmuller and Tucci, both in their final state races. Marshall Hodge, just a freshman. Here are the Class B guys, Kolechik and Matthew Leinert. That back pool is busy, CJ. Kids loosening up, getting ready for this final relay.
Good. That's what you want to see. Kids loosen down, loosen up, just kind of treating their bodies right. And this relay is going to be big.
Do you think it's harder? Because obviously, as we've talked, that back pool, it's not 25 yards. Is it harder to get loose when you have to flip turn more?
I don't know. I think you can do like open turns in there and stuff like that. I think it's more getting loose for me is more in the arms, just kind of getting a feel for it. I don't even know if you need to do much. You can still build in that pool and do some fast turnover, high overkick type drills. So.
And here are your consolation finalists. Max Ida, again, another one of these freshmen. Michael Rose from Riverside Brookfield. Josh Tack from Naperville North picks up a medal in his final high school swim. Talk to me about Scheinfeld, though. He's got to go down as an all-time New Trier great with the number of state titles he's contributed to.
Oh, yeah. I think, it's tough because a lot of the great guys have typically been on teams that win, 2 or 3 state championships. So you'd love to see him get one today, but just in terms of individual success, he has put himself up there with some of the top swimmers. 4
individual state titles.
Yep.
Could potentially end up being 4 relay titles on top of that. Caleb Babb, nice drop to win this heat in his final high school swim. And as you said, being such a young guy, high upside for Iowa the next couple of years. A lot more physical development potential with someone as young as he is.
Yeah, obviously they're looking for someone to contribute. He's not a bad prospect if they have a literate breaststroker to say, hey, we're going to redshirt you, develop you a year a little bit, and maybe use you for 4. Swimming's not a common sport for that. Some schools like Michigan will do it every once in a while. Florida does. But he definitely has room to develop, get a little stronger, and have a successful career there. They love to poach those Illinois high school swimmers at Iowa.
They do.
They've kind of grown into grabbing a few each year.
And somebody has to, because U of I doesn't even have a men's team.
Shame on that.
So it's really just Northwestern. Not everybody can get into Northwestern.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a great school. You have Northwestern. Indiana's close, but you got to be a pretty high-level swimmer to be there now. Brian Hansa swam there for a couple years. Ryan Downey was there. So we've had Illinois swimmers that have gone there. Steph Marchuk is one from New Trier. So
Ellig, Tristan Lundgren, Michael Walsh, Billy Leader. He's a Central senior that didn't even score last year and is now a third-place finisher. Will Meyer, 3 years, 3 second places. And Charlie Scheinfeld. A three-peat, and he is coming to claim his medal.
Got enough warm down in.
And it does look like Hinsdale made a switch on the relay. Cullen Coughlin is back there. And it looks like Donovan Lehman's going to lead off today. But Charlie Scheinfeld, a three-peat in the breaststroke. And now Coach Runkle says, go swim down more. So we get ready to go here for a final event of the day, beginning with the consolation final of the 400 relay. Up top in 1 is Loyola, in 2, St. Charles East, in 3, Hinsdale Central, in 4, Peoria Notre Dame, in 5, Waubonsee Valley, and in 6, Naperville Central. Luke Maurer leading off up top. And as I mentioned, Donovan Lehman leading off in lane 3, so 2 top 600 freestylers leading off in this heat. And I can't tell, Hinsdale might be going a little fastest to slowest. Looks like it might be Lehman Grossons.
A little open water strategy there.
And they're off here in the consolation final. Luke Maurer just thrashing through the water up there in lane 1.
Kid's going to get some finesse, and when he does, it's going to be scary.
Now, we were looking at his splits in the 200 free, and I was going, maybe the 500s is in the card for him.
He does have a good 500. He does. I think one thing to look at in Luke's stroke is he drops his arm a little early in his breath, so he doesn't have as much support when he turns. If he keeps that breath a little more shallow and isn't breathing too high up, he'll be a little bit quicker.
And it will be Lehman handing off to Grossons. Lehman and Maurer ahead of this field. And they come in 46 lows. And we'll see what can happen here as Loyola and Hinsdale continue to lead. .21.8 for both those guys going out. St. Charles East getting in the middle of this as well. Cullen Conklin did not get a shot on this relay yesterday for Hinsdale. He'll get one today as Loyola, St. Charles East, and Hinsdale tightly packed up in the top of this pool. You talked about how in the 500, the top of the pool and the bottom of it can be its own race. That's what we got right now in this 400 relay.
That's what happens when you lead off with your top guys, and then or when you wait until you have your anchor with them. And I think a couple teams are waiting to anchor with a few. You got Despondee from Waubonsee Valley, who should have a good split.
Conklin wasting no time opening this lead up to hand it off to Billy Leader, who just came out of the breaststroke.
These teams in 4 through 6, this is a lot of ground to make up, in one leg.
One of the guys doing it will be Colton Paulson.
A little more fresh than the 200 freestyle relay.
Oh, no doubt. 46.5 for Conklin. That would have put them in the bigs yesterday.
I'd like to see a 44 out of Paulson. A little speed here. I think we might get it. He's got a couple guys pushing him. Yeah,
20.9. And he's going to at least get third out of this for Peoria Notre Dame. They have run down Loyola. He's trying to run down St. Charles East right now.
He might get him off that wall. It was a great turn, but it's a little too much space to make up.
The Red Devils all but lock up the third place trophy. 3:05.5.
44-48 out of Colton Paulson.
St. Charles East 3:07.2, Notre Dame 3:07.9, Naperville Central 3:09.2, Waubonsee 3:10.5, Loyola 3:10.8. And this is it. LT's got to win this relay or New Trier's the state champion.
Exactly, and New Trier, obviously their first leg is a little slower than LT's, so they're going to play catch up a bit. But I think New Trier's got a lot left in them based off of yesterday and how they swam today.
And they've had all the momentum all day long.
Exactly. They had Vandergraaf move up and hold his spot in the 500. Ridley moved up. Scheinfeld and I on the rest. Bailey in the free. It's just been unbelievable how they've responded. Now, They have to do it again, though. And this is almost a fresh start for both teams. It really is. They're getting amped up here, so this should be a really good race.
And we'll see how this one goes.
Clausen,
he needs to try and get a bigger lead than yesterday.
which is tough. I think he was like 45 low or mid yesterday. That's fast. But he really wants it. You can tell. Vandergraaf riding the wave is a smart kid. That's the distance mind for you.
21-5 going out for Clausen. He's going to hand it off to Frank McCarter. 45-0-0 for Clausen there. 47-3 for Vandergraaf.
Which is all right. Not what he wanted, I can tell you, but that's going to keep New Trier close.
Marmion and LT duking it out right now. Marmion going fastest and slowest. And Gridley making a big move here, 21-1 going out.
They got to catch up and get a lead, though, before Walker versus Seinfeld.
It'll be Vitek against Gridley here on the third leg, and Scheinfeld did lead with the lead yesterday. But how else would you want to end a race? Two state record holders anchoring it for the top two teams.
I know. And Scheinfeld's a gamer. I'm looking at him now. I'm kind of scared for myself. Gridley taking up here, man. He looks good.
So here we go. Scheinfeld out of the breaststroke with the lead.
Great turn by LT, though.
And nice underwater by Vitek.
Holy cow.
Scheinfeld can smell a state title.
He wants it with a team title to go with the individuals. Spencer Walker won't give up, though, I'll tell you that.
We talked about the distance guys drafted. He's trying to catch a draft. 21-2, 21-1 for Walker.
I'm getting nervous, I got to be honest. They both
Scheinfeld
look really good, though. They both look really good.
bringing it home for a New Trier state title. The celebration is on. New Trier, 301.29, win the 400 relay and the state team championship.
Hats off to LT there. That was a really, really good swim by their legs.
303.05 for LT, 305.80 Marmion, 306.08 Stevenson, 306.42 Ignatius, 308.03 for Neuqua Valley.
Deep heat across the board. Deep heat. Fast times across the board.
So we've got 400 relay medals to hand out, and then the trophy presentations. And you can talk about it. I can't. What's the feeling over there in the on the Trevian bench right now?
I think they're pretty excited to bring a state championship back, assuming all those relays are clean. They've had some really good guys for a number of years, and they just haven't been able to put it together. This year they finally did. You've got to give your hats off to LT. They came in here and really battled and made it a good team race. You had guys like across the board, scoring in events they shouldn't have. McCarty in the 100 free snuck in, made it close. Vandergraaf in the 200 and the 500 made it close. So really, it was a team effort across the board for both teams. But this is exciting. This is New Trier's 24th state championship, and they've worked hard for it. You can tell all those kids are ecstatic to finally bring something other than an individual win home.
And as Seinfeld, I'm sure, will tell us, 8 state titles for him now.
Yeah, he's running out of fingers.
9 if you include this team championship. But again, we see how important seniors are when you try to win these state titles. LT, a big senior class.
Yep.
New Trier, a big senior class. And that's the difference between the really good, the elite teams who have the elite talent in the senior class and everybody else.
Yeah, and like you said, there were a lot of seniors, so next year should be pretty interesting.
So we are waiting now for the medals. Josh Runkle not yet tired of handing out medals.
I don't think so.
Hey, Pooh Man. Pooh Man's the best coach.
New Trier Athletic Director over. The celebration is starting back behind the blocks. CJ, I always like to look around at this point. Like, are there younger teams standing around to watch the trophy ceremony and say, I want to be there next year?
No, and I think it was in 2018, in 2015 or 2016. That's kind of where the New Trier guys were at. And you said, listen, this is your goal. This is where you should be. I think you got Glenbrook South maybe a couple steps away. St. Charles North, if I'm them, I'm sitting around looking at this and being like, hey, that should be us next year up there competing. St. Ignatius graduates a few people, but they had a great meet. I'd say Hinsdale, but they've been there before.
And they're graduating two top 6 finishers.
Yep.
They're not going to be the same. They need a lot of guys to step up to think about potentially getting another trophy. But certainly the Glenbrook schools, I would have told them to hang around. Glenbrook South's coach has been there before, but none of the kids have. Oh, and look at Coach Kimball down here. Hopefully he's not getting pushed in.
Yeah.
He's all decked out.
He might go change real quick.
Sure what the holdup is
Neither
here
am I.
to give the event medals out. It's usually a small delay before they start handing out the trophies and the team medals, but Big hug between Coach Runkle and Charlie Scheinfeld.
Final results on the 4x3 relay. In the consolation 12th place was Loyola, 388.
And here we go with the medals. Scheinfeld's looking around. I think he's ready he's like, oh, where's the trophy at?
Yeah, I think those guys are getting pretty amped. They still have a couple of things to take care of first, though.
Loyola, Luke Maurer will be back with a vengeance for his junior year. What can Loyola put around him the next 2 years? Wabanzi. I was impressed Wabanzi was able to score this relay after they pulled Simpson off of it. It's a nice job when you can take your star off and still get your other guys to deliver.
Exactly.
Naperville Central, who will have a lot back next year, other than Dominic May. The last of the May clan goes out with a state medal. Fiore Notre Dame, you talked about it. What did you say, 44-4 out of Paulson at the end of that relay?
One of the fastest splits in that race.
St. Charles East just shows you how much talent that St. Charles area still produces. They can have 2 top 10 teams provided by basically the same swim club. And I'm sure there's some in St. Charles where they're going, what? Why don't we just combine again?
Yeah, it would help. I think they would have had a pretty nasty team this year if they combined those two.
Hinsdale Central got the job done in the consolation final, 3:05.5. Would have been third in that championship heat.
Lots of points left on the board.
Nice way to go out for Billy Leader and Cole Grossons. Hinsdale Central picks up a 7th place finish in the 400 relay. And here come your top 6 finishers. Equal Valley. Chad Allen's got a state title on his resume. Another example of a coach knowing it's all about the relays. Everybody went one individual 3 relays for Nequin and it paid off for him. Ignatius will have to rebuild around Parker Nolan next year. Stevenson, one of these teams that's bringing a lot of guys back. Should be thinking about a trophy next year, especially when you got a sprinter like Topher Stensby to start it out with.
He's a stud that can help them out and can get them a lot of points.
And a New Trier's pool next year, maybe a couple state records for that kid.
We might see him drop down and beat a couple of Held's records, especially in that pool. It's a solid pool for sprinting with the deep turn at the other end.
Marmion third place. Marmion always seems to find their way into the mix in the 400 relay. And they're going to be losing a couple good ones in Worley and Camps. Fergus will be back as the senior leader for Marmion next year. Finally, LT, who didn't go down without a fight, but a runner-up finish in the 400 relay. Left New Trier as the relay champ and the team champ. And LT graduates the entirety of that 400 relay.
Yeah, that's a big blow, but I'm sure they're happy to have won that today because that was an important relay.
And then New Trier, who also graduates their entire relay, but it'll be one to remember. Scheinfeld, Gridley, and Gridley. Basically, since their sophomore year, they've been the franchise for New Trier.
Yeah. And they might not have had the same team success that other studs have had, but they've still competed. They've got a couple other trophies to show, and finally, I think they're going to be excited that they brought home the big one.
Walker and Scheinfeld with the final exchange. I'll see you at NCAA's next year.
Probably. Although Charlie's going to need to drop a lot of time in that 100 breast even. Those cuts have gotten crazy fast.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we talk about how fast the state cuts are, but the NCAA cuts are are absurd.
Yeah, and even the qualifying, line of kids that get invited is, I think the backstroke is a 46 low. Breaststroke is a 52. It's going to be probably a 3 or 2 by the time Charlie gets there. So there's definitely room to improve, but I wouldn't be surprised to see either of them there.
Of course, when you go to Texas especially, am I going to be one of the 24 guys that can...
Well, the good thing with Charlie is they don't really have a strong breaststroke group. They have a guy named Casey Meltzer who's a solid swimmer, but Charlie's, I think, faster than him right now. They have Austin Temple, too. But the way Charlie's been swimming, he should be the go-to guy. Now, I do know Texas signed a breaststroker that's a year younger than Charlie, who's posted up some pretty solid times. So Charlie, in terms of representing the team on relays, will definitely have a target on that back. But after this weekend, I think he relishes that and has no issue with the target.
It'll just make him better.
Oh, yeah.
And now clear out here to make way for the trophy presentations. stuff?
I was going to take some pictures.
So we've got athletes with disability combined team standings this year. You have to reach a minimum amount of participation in order for these awards to even be handed out, and there were enough participants in the athletes with disability events this year to hand out the awards to our community. Third place finish with Trevor Tucci. Rice, Dylan Early. And first place, Evanston, with Aaron Holzmueller. And with their two-star divers and Aiden Dillon. Runner-up in diving. Aiden Dillon with that bottom six finish in the 500. And Trevor Nelson, the second star diver. And they will make way for the top 3 teams in the state this year. And for the 6th year in a row, with a trophy, Hinsdale Central, a 3rd place finish this year.
In 3rd place, please welcome Hinsdale Central.
A big win in the 200-meter relay that really locked it up for them. Since taking over as head coach, Bob Barber's won a trophy in every season. David Fix, first-year assistant. He was on the call with me last year. And head diving coach Steve Miller. Cullen Conklin with a big-time performance on both the medley relay and then on that final relay. Woniak, the anchor man for that state championship 200-free relay. Cole Brosans. We're moving on next year after a top 6 finish in the 50 free. Donovan Lehman will be back to lead this team with Tristan Lundgren. For the 6th straight year, the Red Devils, a few seconds mixed in, a state title mixed in, have raised the trophy after 6 consecutive state meets. And it'll make way for conference compatriot Lyons Township, 3 years in a row now that both Hinsdale and Lyons Township have trophied at the Boys State Swim Meet. The Red Devil stamp a final few pictures. stands. And then we'll have Lyons Township receive their medals. After back-to-back state titles, they battled all the way to the end and came up just a bit short. Coach Walker, who knows, this might be his final state meet as coach. His son Spencer is, of course, graduating and heading to Alabama. It'd be a good way to go out with 3 straight trophies. And his brothers, who I spoke to before the meet, all 3 of them, all 4 Walker boys in the same spot, told me he's headed to the Illinois Swimming Association Hall of Fame in the banquet here in a few weeks. A well-deserved honor for Coach Walker. What a performance by this senior class the last few years. Clausen, Walker, Vitek, McCarter, and what he did this year stepping in. Quite a job by those guys. Michael Walsh, the junior star. We'll see if he can come back and lead some relays for LT next year. And we'll see if it's with Coach Walker or with the new coach. Lyons Township first, and second. Over a 3-year period, quite a run for that program. New Trier down below me lining up to get their first place medals. Another nice state meet for Lyons Township.
And now, earning 161 points, welcome for your state champions, New Trier.
Guy is also the head girls coach and won a state title himself. Bruce Kimball, the diving coach, does not look properly attired to take this championship dip. Josh Runkle, who's father was a longtime coach, both at Glenbrook North and down in Peoria, with his second trophy and first state title. Here's Bailey. What a step-up season for the sophomore sprinter, and it's going to be his franchise going forward. The Gridley boys did a heck of a job the last couple of years. And the Gridleys in Shinerville will probably be state record holders for a while in that medley relay as the first guys to break 130. Steinfeld, Vandergraaf, just like Bailey, outside those big three, a big-time step up with a couple individual swims. And New Trier, back where that program's been so many times as state champions. Everybody pretty safely in. You always worry about that. And the celebration is on. For CJ Smith, I'm Skylar King. But happy to bring you the 2018 Boys Swimming and Diving Championships. New Trier, your state champion here in 2018. We'll see you next year at New Trier for the 2019 championships. You've been watching the National High School Federation's live streaming coverage of the Boys State Swim and Dive Championships from Evanston.
You work hard, and you want to see your efforts pay off, literally. Whether you're dreaming of retirement, growing your business, or leaving a legacy for future generations, at Busey, we help you realize the possibilities of tomorrow. We listen to your needs and goals to create a sound strategy for you and your family. Enjoy the achievements of your life and work. We'll handle the rest. Busey, your dream, our promise.
All this took was a pristine SAT, ACT, and GPA. Before that, a healthy dose of travel field hockey, volunteering, the arts, and 18 years of everything else. Sending a kid to college is overwhelming. But to solve the big challenges of tomorrow, start with simple steps today. If you're ready to start, we're ready to help. So let's get started at countryfinancial.com.
Love swimming? Check out swimmingpool.com to get informed, get inspired with lots of examples of pools and spas, and get in touch with a local pool professional. Swimmingpool.com. You can also follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Create your ultimate backyard. Visit swimmingpool.com, the outdoor living experts.
Hey, where are you going? Can't get by me. I'm number one in this class. I rule this lab. I'm number one. Hey, I don't think so. Yes! winner! I am a king! Woo!
You wouldn't do it there. So don't do it here. Sportsmanship. It's up to you.
What?
Jerk.
First, it was the love of your life. Then, the promotion you deserved. The daughter you planned for. And the son you didn't. Now you're ready for a new home. So how do you properly protect all this? To solve the big challenges of tomorrow, start with simple steps today. If you're ready to start, we're ready to help. So let's get started at countryfinancial.com.